This feels like a big one, legitimately. This is Monday Night Raw, and this is not just any Monday Night Raw. This is Monday Night Raw from Madison Square Garden. So with that being said, let's jump over. Have a look, shall we, at the breakdown, at the preview. We'll kind of go through this and then want to get to as many comments as possible. Obviously, it was a quieter weekend. We did have AAA, but it was not the biggest of shows. It kind of didn't even go an hour, which was a real disappointment, to be honest. It seems like the Rey de Reyes is good for week 1, but not so good week 2, week 3. So maybe a bit of a lesson learnt there. But yeah, we did AAA for the past 3 Saturdays. Obviously, this weekend we've got Stand and Deliver. Big show. NXT show. That's normally the show that goes on at the weekend of WrestleMania. It's normally the show that's on just before WrestleMania on Saturday. Well, they've taken that out, given it its own space, and it's going to be big. I mean, Johnny Gargano is wrestling on that show. He's going to be taking on Miles Bourne. We've got the Women's Championship being defended, the Men's Championship being defended. All of that goes down this weekend. But we're not worried about that right now. We can talk about that if people want to talk about that, but I'm sure that's going to be a big conversation tomorrow. But yes, look at all this. I can tell you, word just came in that Raw is going to open with Cody. Cody is opening the show. We have got SmackDown stars on this episode of Raw. This is one of those episodes of Raw where I think they're getting a lot of stuff on the show that's just WrestleMania connected, not so much about Raw. It's just WrestleMania. We are expecting several SmackDown stars. Listen, they always do this. When we go to Madison Square Garden, we go big. We always go big for the Garden. So apparently we're opening up with Cody. I mean, the good thing is that this should just move at quite a pace because it's obviously only 2.5 hours rather than 3. We don't really struggle with the pacing of Raw anyway, because Raw's been the stronger brand out of all the brands. For me, Raw is the best WWE brand right now. And I'm not just saying that. If we look at recent scores, it's been getting like 7, 7.5, 7.75. For me, it's been the strongest of the shows. But yeah, to have this one in Madison Square Garden, and we've got SmackDown stars like Cody opening up the show, it's going to be good. Okay, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, back again, under one roof. We've seen it before, quite a few times. What are we going to do this time that's any different? I think the big talking point here is Jey calling the shots? What's going on there? It was pointed out by some of you, it was pointed out by Corey Graves on commentary that Jey kind of called the shot. He was the one that was like, Joe, you know what you got to do, and then he went and did it. Now, I don't think there's anything much to that personally, but it does seem like WWE are trying to get you to speculate on it. So, something to keep an eye on. What's going on with the Usos? What's going on with Jey? What's the connection with Roman? Is it just that they're family, or is this the start of the bloodline coming back together, right? Is there more to it? And are we going to go down those paths? So I'm interested in that for that reason, right? Usos against Logan Paul, Austin Theory. That's a World Tag Team Championship street fight. So we've got a street fight tag match. Then we've got Irresistible Forces against Bayley and Lyra. They're finally getting their opportunity. Obviously, they've been wanting a shot at these titles for a long time. They're finally getting it. We know that there's a lot of teams getting involved. Charlotte, Alexa, the Bellas. You know, there's lots of moving parts here. So don't expect that to be clean. Not expecting new champs. I'm expecting it to be a case that the other teams get involved. So, yes, interesting. That is kind of interesting because I thought we might get this at WrestleMania. We're getting it tonight. Does make me wonder what the plan is for all of these guys at WrestleMania. Don't have any word on that. Penta against Kofi, right? So they've announced it. I was saying in, I think it was Unseen not long ago, that Kofi said he was going to answer that open challenge, but it didn't seem official to me. It didn't seem like, yeah, I'm going to answer it and let's, just make it as a match. It seems like it is just a match. I thought there was a good chance someone was going to jump Kofi or someone else, because they've done this so many times with open challenges where someone online will say, I'm going to answer it, but then when we get to the show, someone else gets there first, So it kind of felt like that to me, but instead they've just made the match, so no longer is it an open challenge, which is a bit of a shame. Looks like we're just going to get that as a match. Brock Lesnar returns after feeling the wrath of Obafemi, so we got Brock on the show, and I think last week was interesting because that was the second time he got attacked, and this time he saw it coming. This time he had not dealt with 20-odd security guards. He was not being distracted by Seth Rollins. And it was kind of like, I think they'd convinced themselves in story-wise that that's why Brock came out second best the first time. But the eye-opening moment and great facial expressions from Brock, we saw last week that he came out second best again, and there was none of those reasons. So, such a simple story, but really good. Couple of weeks builds, and it doesn't really need much to it. This is two monsters coming up against each other. But I just love how week 1, okay, you got the better of me, but this was the reason. Week 2, okay, you got the better of me, and I now don't have a reason. Very interested to see what he's going to say in week 3. Finn Balor is going to address the Judgment Day betrayal. So we got Finn Balor, who's going to speak on the show. Obviously, he came back last week, but we're going to hear from Finn Balor. And then we got Iyo Sky taking on Raquel Rodriguez. That'll be fine. And as we said, it's been announced that Cody Rhodes is going to open up the show as well. So, yeah, stacked. Lots going on. Lots happening. Lots to talk about. Bits of news floating around. There wasn't enough for an Unseen yesterday, but we got enough for an Unseen today. And honestly, Danhausen is proven to be very useful when it comes to Unseen. He's putting out lots of little bits on social media. So I think Danhausen, if we were still kind of doing Unseen the old way, Danhausen might end up with his own folder, because there's just so much Danhausen stuff around at the moment. Okay, Chris, hello, said Daze. Sorry I'm not here, but I just wanted to say thanks for all the love and the support. Chris, shout out to you, bud. I know Chris has been going through a few things today in particular, and I'm wishing you a very speedy recovery, Chris. So, yeah, Chris, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate you stopping by and just, kind of saying hello. Mommy2014RR, shout out to you. And Doc Holiday, shout out to you, said, I am in the hoodie false alarm. I'm just looking for some of the sweet, sweet MSG peanut butter, and I do not want to be bothered by paparazzi. I am such a star. Right, so Doc Holiday claiming that they're the hooded person that has arrived to MSG, and I'm sure many of you have seen by now. Try and see if I can see the footage. It was everywhere about an hour ago. There was a hooded person that arrived. Oh my god. It has moved very quickly today, whereby all that excitement around the hooded person has sort of died down a little bit. Here we go. So, this was the footage. It's someone arriving. Doc Holiday claims that it's them. Look, the person honestly looks a little small to me. I mean, could it be... And is the jacket a little furry as well? It looks a little furry, that black jacket. Now, they might not have chosen to have wore it, but if you look at their height compared to that security guard's, and if you look at the design of the jacket, which looks a little bit furry, I don't know that I'm getting Bron Breakker vibes. I think Bron is going to be on the show, because he's been doing light training at the Performance Center. I borderline want to say it might be a female, you know? But then, of course, they could have given them a jacket like this to throw you off the scent. I don't know, man. Maybe that's just like a tall security guard that just doesn't look tall. But if you look at the person compared to the security guard, they are shorter. I know Bron Breakker's not the tallest. But I don't know. I think it's hard to put a name as to who it is. Which obviously is by design. They don't want you to be able to put a name to it. But I think Bron Breakker definitely stands a chance of being on this show. He's back training at the Performance Center doing light work. He doesn't have to do anything necessarily physical. Seth can be in the ring. Heyman can come out smiling. And then, you know, can bring out Bron Breakker. And Bron Breakker doesn't need to run to the ring and start murking him. You know, it can just be the fact he's back. And we can just, you know, send a message that he's back. He doesn't need to go running down and to spear Seth. If they want him to do that, they might delay it a little longer. Because I don't know that he's cleared to actually be getting in there doing a spear. I don't know where he is with his recovery other than he's been back in the Performance Center doing some light training. What we do know is Speed is on the show tonight. That's not Speed. There is footage of Speed arriving. So there is footage of Speed arriving. Sportskeeda are asking any thoughts as to who that is. Here's Roman saying, Phil, get some rest. You need it, you old ass. Beep. So there we go. I don't know what that book is for. I didn't see, like, I don't know if that's the Madison Square Garden book or if it's a fan's book. But there we go. There's Sean at Madison Square Garden, the Empire State Building, just before Raw is at Madison Square Garden. They're all in New York because NXT is at Madison Square Garden tomorrow. So they're at the theater at Madison Square Garden. So, yes, lots going on. Lots going on. So, Doc Holliday, thank you, Doc Holliday. Busting the rumours, letting us know that it was Doc Holliday that just arrived to MSG. Right, Nathan said, I had a thought. What if the mystery person is someone from NXT? Well, yeah, could be. Yep. Yeah, not down on that. I think with the mystery person, again, you know, it's another mystery on top of a mystery, isn't it? Who attacked Jacob? Who was on the phone to Adam Pearce? Who is on the phone to Randy Orton? Who's the person that's arrived to MSG? We're going to get that answer tonight, of course. So at least this will be a mystery that we should get an answer to. But, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I definitely am expecting some surprises tonight. I think this is a show. I don't think it's going to be, like, crazy, non-stop surprises, but they always go bigger for Madison Square Garden. This is the spiritual home for WWE, you know? This is where they used to run their big monthly shows back in the day. They'd do all the local area, and then they would do the Garden at least once a month. And those shows were the big shows, you know, that's where, like, Bruno is winning and losing championships. And it was the big thing. Before the days of pay-per-view, before we were doing pay-per-view, we were doing Madison Square Garden. So to go back there, it's always very special. Daze, what do we think about John being set to host Mania, says Connor. Connor, hello, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not down on it. I don't think people are necessarily down on it. I have seen a few people saying I thought he had retired. So there seems to have been some confusion about what the whole retirement tour was. That was John saying goodbye to, like, being a wrestler. So we knew that he was going to come back. He said even last year he'd be back. But it's just he won't be wrestling. He'll be an ambassador. And he said, next time you see me, I won't be wearing a shirt and jorts. I'll be in a suit. So we kind of knew that it was heading that way. Didn't expect him so soon, but then I don't think he expected to be here so soon. Because word on the street is they're trying to sell tickets. And it comes down to tickets. So if those tickets had sold, I wonder if they would have turned to John so soon. I wonder if they would have just left it and just gone, yeah, you know, we don't necessarily need John this year. We might need him next year. We might need him the year after. But with tickets being as slow, I mean, they're still down. They're still, last time I heard, they were about 11% behind. And it could have gotten worse. At one point, they were about 20% behind last year. But then they've done all those recent sales, and I've heard that it's really closed the gap. So they're about 11% behind now. Or as of about 5 days ago, they were. I don't know exactly right now, but probably about that. So yeah, it does seem to be that they've done it for that reason. But I mean, we all love John. It's going to be great to see John. We had a lot of John last year, so it would have been nice to have gone with a different legend. You know, I'd be more excited if Bret Hart had been announced. You know, like there's a lot of legends from the past that we could bring into that sort of hosting role that I think would be really well received. But, you know, John's fine. Yeah, not down on it. I've just seen a few grumbles online, but you're always going to get that. Steve said, Daze, don't we think Speed hiding from Danhausen or Roxanne? Steve, shout out to you, buds. Well, I do look at that and wonder if it is someone on the smaller side, just compared to the security guards. I do think there is a chance for Braun. I'm not going to say that is Braun, but I think there's a chance for Braun tonight because of rumours of him working at the PC. Plus, we know Seth doesn't have an opponent for Mania announced yet. And the belief is because Braun's going to come back. You know, this close to WrestleMania, being at the Garden. You know, it's not like he's in a wheelchair, Bron Breakker. He can certainly come out and, you know, make his presence felt. But I just don't know about him getting in and doing physical things. So, but there's ways you can bring him out and have him back without him actually doing anything physical. So I think there's a chance for Bron. It's not Speed's. I know it's not Speed because there's a video of Speed arriving and he's just waving to the fans as he goes in. So it's not Speed's. Roxanne, she's due a return soon, so could be Roxanne. There's a chance that it is that. So, yeah, again, we'll have to wait and see. So, Steve, shout out to you. I hope it's Zilla, because his dad, Umaga, old manager Estrada, is in attendance, says Nick. Don't think it's Zilla. I'm not expecting Zilla to be... well, there's no word of him, like, coming to WWE right now. Plus, also, I don't know that they would use him on the main roster straight away. I think we've had this conversation about Zilla, and plus that didn't look big enough to be Zilla. I think Zilla's bigger than that as well, so I don't think it would be Zilla. Plum Girl said, Daze, what about Jey? He could do a run-in at WrestleMania and he could cost Roman. Partially because he's crashing out after losing the tag belts tonight. Thoughts? Well, if he costs Roman, that puts Jey and Roman on a collision course. So I suppose my question would be, would you be interested in a Jey-Roman feud after WrestleMania? Some would answer yes, because they would be interested in that. Some would say no, because they have seen that feud. I think, me personally, I'd be leaning more towards the no, only because I've seen that feud. I suppose seeing it with a slightly different dynamic of heel Jey, babyface Roman would be a little different to how we've seen it before. Before, it's normally been babyface Jey, heel Roman. So to switch it round would be a different variation. But I don't know that that's enough to make me want to see it, given some of the alternatives. So it's certainly possible. And I think that it would divide opinion, but they're big stars. Jey's a big star. WWE may want to go down that road to, you know, make sure that the Jey fans are still being served. So I would say it's not impossible. I would say that it's not impossible. Certainly a possibility. I think just as big a possibility, though, is that there is going to be a Bloodline reunion after WrestleMania. And actually, you know, Jey and Jimmy are going to try and help Roman win those belts. So, or win that belt. So, you know, if the Usos come out of Mania with those tag titles and Roman comes out of Mania with that world title, just them three standing in the ring on the Raw after WrestleMania, maybe Sammy with his United States title as well. Sammy with the US belt, Usos with the tag belts, Roman with the World Heavyweight Championship, all of them standing in the ring, maybe Solo with his lantern. I don't know. I think there's just as much chance that we get like a reunion, but then you could get a reunion that then splits, couldn't you? So yeah, this is for me quite an interesting aspect to this story. I think that you know, them going back and forth was fine, but I think that Usos getting involved now and us pondering where things are going after Mania, I think that has actually really hit something more satisfying. So yeah, okay. Plum Girl, like it, yeah. It's good to chuck a few thoughts around. That's definitely an option that's on the table. Wrestling Little Rye says, Daze, if you were to bet your house on 2 wrestlers from the current roster who haven't faced before to have a 5-star match, who would it be? And can we do an older one for old time's sake? 2 wrestlers right now that haven't faced that could put on a 5-star match. Well, my brain automatically thinks about the amazing performers that we have that have delivered 5-star matches historically, because it's actually not a long list. There's not loads of people that have delivered 5-star matches because WWE, sadly, has never received many 5-star matches from Dave Meltzer. We've seen a bit of an explosion in recent times, and that is largely thanks to a handful of people. So one of those people is Gunther. Gunther has had 5-star matches with Ilya Dragunov in developmental. His match with Sheamus and Drew at WrestleMania was also a 5-star match. So he's delivered a few. Johnny Gargano has delivered a lot from NXT, but never on the main roster. And I don't know if Johnny and Gunther have faced on the main roster. I'm trying to think if they've faced in NXT as well. I think Johnny and Gunther might be my answer, because I can't recall them having faced each other. But obviously we need a Johnny Gargano that's got a bit of momentum. We need a Johnny Gargano that's got a bit of crowd support. You'd need the right build. But Johnny with Rebel Heart and, you know, putting on bangers like we've seen from Carmella. I mean, Johnny would be great doing open challenges with a title like the IC or the United States. He could deliver great matches like Carmelo has, like Ilya has, like Sammy does. Johnny Gargano can do that. We've seen him do that if you watched him in NXT. So I would think Johnny Gargano against Gunther. Part of me is thinking that they did face in NXT though, but I'd have to double check that. But part of me is thinking that they did face, but I don't believe they faced on the main roster. And in regards to historic, I, again, am trying to think about people that have delivered 5-star matches. There was not many 5-star matches in the kind of 80s going into the 90s. Really, in-ring was not the major focus. But I think you'd want to take, like, again, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, you know, or a Bret Hart or a Shawn Michaels. You'd want to take one of those guys because they're just bankers, aren't they? We never, to my knowledge, got Bret Hart versus Kurt Angle. And so for that reason, I would go Bret Hart, Kurt Angle. Because Bret was out of WWE and obviously didn't come back to WWE before Kurt joined. So their paths never crossed. So I would say Bret Hart, Kurt Angle would be the match that I would hope would deliver a 5-star match. Can't see why it wouldn't. And then modern day, I would go Gunther. That seems a pretty safe bet. And you've made it tricky because of people that have He's faced a lot of people because he's been on the main roster, but I'm not sure that he's faced Johnny. So I'm going to go Johnny. Johnny against Gunther. It's a good question, that. I like that a lot. Thought-provoking. Dean said, do we think we ever get a shake-up between Monday Night Raw and SmackDown? We do need a draft, bud. Yeah, we do need a draft. So I think we will get a draft after WrestleMania. I mean, they didn't do one throughout all of 2025, and I think it hurt. I really do. I think drafts bring an element of, like, a refresh, excitement. It's a reset. You're hitting the reset button. You know, it's new alliances, it's new feuds. It's just a breath of fresh air, really. So yeah, I would like to see there be a draft. I can't give you a reason why they won't do one. I think they just struggled to fit one in last year, but hopefully they've kind of planned better for it this year. And so I would be expecting one, yes, at some point. Sunny, hello, said, Daze, I've made it in the Discord, so you have to go through an application. That way we can just get rid of people that are bots. Okay. Anyone who wants to go on the Discord. Okay, Sunny, thank you. I am going to try and jump in there on Wednesday. I need a time, really. I'm not very good at just saying I'll try and get in at some point on Sunday or something. I need a specific time. So that was my fault. I needed to sort a time out. So I'm going to do that. As soon as Evolve stream ends Wednesday, I'll go in the Discord for an hour. So that's what I'm going to do. So as soon as Evolve ends on Wednesday, I'll jump into the Discord and chat away with people in there. So very appreciative of Dormouse, Sunny, all the people that are doing great stuff in that Discord. I think hopefully it's a fun place for the community to hang out. And yeah, I'm going to try and stop by and show some love in there. But yeah, I mean, if you've got ideas for the Discord, things that you know, would be interested in seeing or whatever, like, hit Sunny up. I know she's kind of desperate for feedback and, you know, things that people would enjoy. So it's kind of, you know, your space to do what you want with. So yeah, goods. Thank you, Sunny. Aaron, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Aaron says, do we think Seth has moved on from the old visionary gimmick with the mask thing? Or is he going to go back after Mania? Maybe bring back 2015, 2018 Seth. I do think it's a little gimmick he's got right now, because there was a graphic that floated on screen momentarily, wasn't there, of this kind of hooded masked mystery sort of person. So I do think it's something we're doing right now as we head to Mania. I don't expect him to kind of now rock up on Raw and not be wearing that, right? I think they're still playing around with it because, of course, he had a load of other masked mystery people, which they seem to have gone now. So they could still use them, of course, but it seems like they've been kind of tweaking around with it. But there was a little graphic that floated up at one point. So to answer your question, I think we get this till WrestleMania. I don't know how much people are going to vibe with it post-Mania. I sort of feel like he sort of comes out through the crowds with no music or anything. It is obviously drastically different from what he was doing with the clothes and the flamboyant. But then you would, wouldn't you? If you're at home and you're like, right, it's time for me to reinvent myself. What am I doing right now? Okay, I've got a big song that takes ages that people love singing. I wear these outlandish clothes. So if it's time for me to reinvent myself, the easiest thing to do is to go, well, what's the opposite of all of that? What is the opposite to what I'm doing right now? Well, the opposite is no music. The opposite is no flamboyant clothes, just a black hoodie. The opposite of coming down the entranceway and having a big entrance is having no entrance. And actually, that is exactly what we're seeing right now. We're seeing that is the presentation. So I think you're right to say that there is, like, you know, a chance that they could milk this beyond WrestleMania. But I don't know how long of a shelf life this has got. I kind of feel like this is a bit of a poor man's Shield, because with the Shield, they had music. There was 3 of them. You know, they would come through the crowds, and, you know, it was kind of cool at the time. That only ran from the end of 2012 to the mid of 2014. The Shield run's not that long, you know. It's about a year and a half. I mean, maybe Seth does this for a bit. Maybe he gets past Mania. Maybe we keep going for a while, but I can't see this being what he does for the next 2-3 years. I can't see that. Even the Shield stuff was done after a year and a half. So I think that there's a chance this goes past Mania, but I think I probably feel more comfortable saying this feels a bit like a stopgap. This feels like where he is right now. Whilst he's feuding with the Vision, I think this is where we are. Once we're done with the Vision, that'll be interesting. So I suppose it depends how long this Vision thing goes for. That's going to be my answer. I wonder how long the Vision feud goes for. If this is going to be the summer, then perhaps this is what we get for the summer. But I think eventually he is gonna move on. You're praying for that like 2015, 2018, Seth. Well, that's Monday Night Rollins, is it not? Certainly towards the end of it. I mean, I think 2015 were Architect. 2015 were kind of Authority. He breaks out, doesn't he, from the Shield in 2014, and then aligns with like Triple H and the McMahons and everyone, and then does that in like 2015. He is obviously cashing in 2015 in the main event of WrestleMania, Heist of the Century. So I think we're doing a bit of Architect stuff, and then I think we move into, I'm sure Monday Night Rollins was sort of kind of 2018-ish. So yeah, I would like a bit of Monday Night Rollins again. That was one of my favorite periods. Him being a heel and aligning with the McMahons was okay. That was pretty fun as well. I'll take both of those over the Visionary. Visionary was not my favorite, honestly. Like, and I don't think it was many people's favorites. I mean, when you hear people talking about wrestlers that they enjoy, Seth's name is not always the first, and that's a shame. But I just think that the Visionary gimmick was a bit clownish. It was a little bit too silly. I think that it wasn't cool. And that was a bit of a problem. I think I'd like to see Seth with a gimmick that's cool. It's been a while since I could honestly say Seth Rollins has been cool. I don't know that cool is a word that you could use for Seth. So I think I would like Seth to be a cool character and kind of lean a bit more in that direction. Because outlandish, wacky, those are words I think you could use for Seth when he was Visionary. Not sure about cool. But, so yeah, we'll see. It's a good question, that. I suppose my answer after going around the houses is, let's see what he looks like when he's moving away from this Vision feud. I think whilst going after the Vision, I think he might stick with this. Jaylee said, shout out to you, Jaylee. Hope you're well. Looking forward to this show. Should be good, man. I am also looking forward to this one. I am resting in a lazy boy chair. Nice. I think we do have those over here, but I've never known anyone have one. They're like those big chairs, aren't they, where you can put your drink in the arm, and like you see them on a lot of US sitcoms from back in the day. What surprise are we excited for tonight? I don't know. I don't know what the surprises are. I mean, I think there's a chance that we get a couple. Obviously, there's a mystery person that's being brought in. Bron Breakker is the name that's kind of floating around. Roxanne Perez, there's absolutely a chance. So, you know, there's a few bits like that. I don't know that there's going to be any legend. There's a lot of SmackDown names that are about. Cody already announced as opening the show. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what the other surprises are. I haven't seen like anything mind blowing, to be honest with you. I'm not expecting The Rock or anything like that. But yeah, well, it's the Garden, isn't it? It's the Garden. You never know what you're going to be getting. So yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Wrestle Relic said the Masked Man is evil or Takahashi. Evil or Takahashi. Okay. I think the only thing I'd say is there's reports that Takahashi is going to, I think there's, okay, I've just seen some which dropped 20 minutes ago. Okay, which is a bit of a spoiler. Let's go down there. I'm not going to say anything. What was I going to say? Takahashi is meant to be going to NXT. Evil, they want to put him on the main roster, but he's also asked to go to NXT. That's the last I heard. So we're going to have to wait and see. If I don't think that was Evil that was under that hood, though. Evil's a bit bigger than that, I think. Unless he's been on some Ozempic, some crash diet. Netforce, hello. If you got an offer from WWE to do a stream at an actual show and you'd be able to interview superstars after matches, what would you do? I don't know what that means. If I can stream, then that would mean I can still speak to you guys, yeah? That's my priority. So if I can still do this and they want me to do this, and then like afterwards I would like go and interview a few people, I'd be quite happy to do that. That's not what I'm looking for, though. I'm not after that. That is not something that I am chasing. I see a lot of channels which, no disrespect to them, they don't have the kind of community that we have, right? They don't have like, you know, the amount of people around. We're very fortunate. I mean, very fortunate. We've built this up over a long, long time. This is not like something that just I didn't just wake up and this happened, you know. This channel's been around 10 years. There's over 7,000 videos and streams. You know, there's a lot of like work and time that has kind of gone into this. And as a result, we've attracted great people, knowledgeable people, people that love wrestling, want to talk about wrestling. And, you know, that's fantastic. That is what I treasure. That's that, you know, I don't just say that. Like, I am not sat here hoping that I can interview people. I'm not trying to interview the wrestlers. I'm not looking in that direction. I'm looking at the fans and at the community, and I'm looking at trying my best to, you know, have good streams, good conversations, and, you know, do what we do. So, that would be my focus, would be like, you know, trying to keep this going and trying to keep the community going. If WWE would allow me to do that and then say, right, once your stream's done, do you want to have a chat with some, you know, wrestlers? Yeah, I don't see the harm in it, but it's not something I would be chasing. Because as I said, there's other people that are kind of growing their channels and are growing their communities, and they're speaking to wrestlers now. So that makes me think, if I reached out to WWE and said I'd like to have wrestlers on the channel, would there be a way I could interview them? I don't think it would be too difficult, to be honest with you. I don't think it would be too difficult. I feel like WWE are very aware that, like, working with influencers and YouTubers and getting the superstars out onto YouTube channels is beneficial for them. You know, it spreads the words. And it's good for them to, you know, get the superstars out there. And I'm seeing that happen more and more and more. More and more and more, I'm seeing quotes from superstars that have been interviewed on different YouTube channels that I've never heard of. So that says to me that they're getting sent out there. So if I was to say, you know, is there any chance we could get them on here? I think we could. I think we could. But I'm not interested. I don't have any interest in doing that. So that's not something I'm looking to bring to the channel. Chris Van Vliet does it amazing. I would not be as good as him. He is incredible, you know. Game, recognizing game. I think I'm quite good at sitting and talking to you guys and, you know, talking about wrestling and doing watch-alongs and all that kind of stuff. He's good at sitting and interviewing the wrestlers. So, long may it continue. Word Live Cena fans said Daze Bianca could become the special guest ref for Jade and Rhea. Yes. Thoughts? Yes. It'd be a way of getting her on the show, wouldn't it? So, yes, I am picking up what you're putting down there. I agree. WrestleLandy said, Daze, what if instead of a match, Gunther is in a segment with John, and that could set up his next rivalry, maybe with Jericho? Well, that would be great. I wouldn't be down on that. I think that some might be a bit disappointed that Gunther isn't in action and he's not, like, you know, getting a win at WrestleMania and moving forward. But if he is kind of in there with John and they have a little back and forth, and then, as you said, you know, that's how we bring Jericho in, I mean, that would be okay. I mean, I know that he was meant to face Ray, and I know that those plans fell through, and I know that we are not operating in plan A. We're not in the ideal world, right? So that means we have to find an alternative. Now, I think an open challenge, Ilya coming down, that feels great to me. That feels like a world that I want to live in, right? That's a match I want to see. And I would have Gunther win, but I would have Ilya fall just short. Make it a banger. Try and get it as close to 5 stars as you can. Them two are just magic together. I mean, it is just peanut butter and jelly, you know? It just goes together. It just works. They just work. They are like built to wrestle each other. Like, they are just meant to be, right? And so I would do that personally. But if for whatever reason WWE think that they can get more value out of using Gunther in a certain way to bring in Jericho, then yeah, fine. Yeah, no problems. So, good suggestion. Adam, hello. Do we think Brock stands tall over Ober tonight? I'm worried if we keep seeing Ober standing tall, Brock will win at Mania, but I hope not, says Adam. Well, he's got to stand tall at some point, hasn't he? I can't imagine that he's going to keep being, beaten down and then beaten at Mania. I mean, you are right. You've got to think at some point Brock is going to get some sort of, payback. So I don't know if they just keep it verbal tonight. I don't know if it's just going to be a case that, like, they try to get the security out there, keep them apart. That means that they can exchange a few words. They try to get at each other. They do have, kind of what we saw on Friday, where they were trying to get at each other, Cody and Randy, and they kept getting pulled apart. I've got to think WWE are, at this point, very aware that these two want to get at each other, and, if they're kind of in the arena at the same time, it's all going to go down. I think I'd be tempted to just flood it with security, but just go OTT. So visually, it just looks stunning, like a ring full of security, both men back in each corner, both men trying to get at each other. Just make it like so flipping chaotic. I think I'd be interested in that at some point. But you are correct. I don't think you should have Ober keep winning and looking good week after week after week after week after week. Like, he's got to have it. He's got to go into that match looking like, he's not just this completely dominant wrecking machine. I think he's got to look like Brock's got a chance. I think Ober wins. I'm not worried about Ober not winning. I think Ober wins. But I think you're right. We do need to kind of not just have Ober looking strong all the way and then beating Brock, because, I don't know, in a roundabout way, would it mean as much if he just beats Brock? I mean, if he dominates Brock in the build for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then goes to Mania and beats him, do you lose a little something there? I sort of feel like it needs to feel like it could go either way. It needs to feel like, well, Ober could get it, but I think Brock's going to get it. I mean, if anything, it would be better, would it not, to go into Mania thinking it's going to be Brock that wins, and then Ober gets the win.
and maybe that like, oh wow, you know. But I mean, if Oba just looks so strong in the builds, what casual fans are going to think that he's going to lose? So I do agree with you. Like, for that reason, it's probably best to make sure that Brock gets his moments as well. But Madison Square Garden, I'd kind of like a bit of chaos, I think. I think I'd kind of like the NYPD to be around and just chaos, carnage, just get a load of security guards down. But yeah, should be good. Looking forward to it. Connor said, this is what I'm saying. Triple threat at WrestleMania for the United States. Sammy, Trick, Carmelo. Let's go. I'm down for that, buds. I'm definitely down for that. Rav said, the Kofi Javon story could be so much better. Imagine if Kofi was mentoring Javon, where each week he shows him the highlight reel moves that he's done. Javon then has to try and copy it, says Rav. Interesting. Word Life Cena fans said, for Punk and Roman, it should be a brawl each week till Mania. They've said enough, and if they continue in exchanging words, it's just going to get boring. Adam said Brock should be portrayed as a beast, and the beast that he is. When people beat Brock, it feels big, because usually it's built that way. Yeah, I'm with you, but I'm with you. I mean, I want Oba to get the win. I know that it might cause a few problems down the road because it looks like Brock's going to retire at SummerSlam. So if Brock loses at WrestleMania, the concern is that when he loses at SummerSlam, the SummerSlam loss is not going to carry as much weight. That's for tomorrow, right? What I would say is at WrestleMania, Oba is got momentum, he's got aura, he is the guy. For me, that is the next Brock. This is the passing of the torch, right? I don't think Gunther is the next Brock. Gunther doesn't have that size. He used to have a bit of a presence, but he lost a lot of weight. And, you know, is tall. But, I mean, he's nowhere near as big, you know, as Brock. And plus also, like, Gunther prides himself on being this amazing in-ring wrestler. And I know that Brock did high school wrestling and did like NCAA stuff, but for me, like, Gunther is someone that really prides himself on putting on holds and actually being the ring general, you know? Brock just wants to hurt people. Brock's in there to just take people to Suplex City. He's not in there to prove that he can out-wrestle you. He's there to just throw you around. And really, that's not Gunther. That's Oba. So for me, Oba is the replacement for Brock. So Oba is the one that should get the victory. I equally wouldn't hate Oba losing at WrestleMania, right? Thanks to some shenanigan, thanks to Paul Heyman. Oba freaking out after absolutely livids. And then we do the rematch at SummerSlam, and it's Oba that retires Brock. Because I don't think Gunther has to retire everyone. I know that WWE have got the career killer moniker, but this goes back to what I said last year, which was I don't want Gunther to be the retirement guy. Like, for me, Gunther is this amazing wrestler that puts on amazing matches, who we should be recognizing him for that. That's what Gunther is. He's not just the retirement guy. He's not just the guy we get when someone's retiring, you know? There's lots of different people that can be the final opponent for someone. It doesn't always have to be Gunther, right? So I think, like, you could have Oba lose at WrestleMania thanks to Heyman, right? The fans won't see it as a loss, because it was Heyman that tripped him over at a certain time, or, you know, he was about to win. Heyman pulls the ref out the ring. Oba distracted, Brock from behind, bang, Brock gets the win, Oba loses. People all moan about it at the time. I can't believe they had Brock beat Oba, right? Oba freaks out after the match. We get, you know, Brock having a big summer. Oba has a big summer. Oba then gets his rematch at SummerSlam. And Oba wants Brock to put his career on the line, yeah? you stole a victory from me at WrestleMania. I am going to steal your career away from you. And actually, you've got a ready-made story there where, you know, Brock cheated Oba so that he could convince everyone he's still the big tough guy in WWE, and it's not Oba. But then we get to SummerSlam. You know, Heyman can try his tricks again. This time it doesn't work. This time Oba gets the win, and Brock's career is over. And so for me, that's a very satisfying story. I'm fine with that. It's a little bit like everyone was kind of upset when Cody didn't get the belt at 39. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people, because it felt like the end of the story was going to happen, and it didn't happen. And WrestleMania ended on like a real down because, you know, Solo got involved, Cody lost. Cody was kind of sat in the ring gutted, loads of fans were gutted, and that was it. That was WrestleMania. And it was like, that's how they're ending it. And there was all this conversation about, really, that's how you've booked it. But in retrospect, with then the fact that he wins it at 40 and it's a bigger deal, you kind of go, yeah, that was the right call, actually. I agree with that now. And I think this would be another example where if Oba loses, but it's thanks to shenanigans, I think that it would be an example of people going, that was okay, you know. I wasn't a fan of it at the time, but because he got the win back at SummerSlam and he was the guy that retired Brock, passing of the torch, yeah, I think that actually was probably the right call. So I think there's something to that. That would be debated because you would have some people saying they still don't like Oba losing at WrestleMania, just like how I'm sure there was people that didn't like Cody losing at 39. But I think that's an option. I think him losing to Oba at Mania and losing to Gunther at SummerSlam is an option. Him beating Oba is probably on the table, but I wouldn't do it unless Oba can get it back later. And I don't think they're going to have Brock lose over the summer because I think they're going to want to have him looking good so that when he does lose at SummerSlam, it means something, you know? So, yeah, it's a tricky one to build, but the bottom line is we got to keep him looking strong. A win over Brock should look like it mattered. It should look like something has just been achieved. I mean, this was the whole reason why Brock destroyed John last year. We didn't like it. We didn't like it at all. Still don't like it. But the reason why they did it was because they wanted to establish him as still being the beast that we remember, right? You might remember Brock came back at SummerSlam, set up the next match, which was Brock against John. It wasn't a very good match, very badly received. Brock absolutely destroys Cena. And really it was because we just needed Brock to still maintain that aura because it was going to benefit someone. Well, listen, we might be there. We might be at the point where we know who it's going to benefit. It's going to benefit Oba. But I agree with you. Yeah, we can't just keep having him lose or looking weak and then go to Mania and lose because it might just downplay the achievement a little bit. So very interested to see how they book that one tonight. Got to think at some point he's going to get his moment, but yeah. Well, is it going to be tonight at the Garden? That's not long till we find out. We've got just over an hour to go. Jay Lee said, shout outs to you, Jay Lee. Shout out to you, buds. Let's get back to the chat. Daze, it's me, BTK. My favorite WrestleMania match is Shane against The Miz, but not the one from 35. It's the one where Shane tears his quad. It's my favorite match as well. 5 seconds into match. It's the best WrestleMania moment ever. What's your favorite? Honestly, that is in the running. That is, when it comes to like favorite recent WrestleMania moments, I love everything about that moment. I love the little communications as well, where Jess is having to communicate to Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg takes over the match. And we even got the cameraman on the outside saying, like, you know, Snoop, punch the Miz, punch the Miz. Like, they're having to call it in the moment. So it's not only that a botch happens, it's how they... God, you could do a whole video breakdown on that moment, you know. You could do a whole video breakdown from Jess going people's elbow, which you can hear her say to Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg coming in, just getting these. I mean, Snoop Dogg, you always think's just mentally out of it, right? But he's getting these instructions in the middle of a ring in front of, like, I don't even know, 70,000 people. And he's in the ring getting these instructions. And, you know, just effortlessly, man, just does what needs to be done. And, like, saves the segment. So really fun. What is this? I mean, she's like, do the people's elbow, do the people's elbow. So he does a people's elbow. I don't know if he was going to do one anyway. Maybe he was. Or maybe they were just like, we're going to have to do something, right? I flipping love that moment. I think it's one of my favourite botches. And the way they save it and the way that it's all communicated. And it's bonkers as well, because if you think about it, you've got wrestling, celebrity, a match, you've got a botch. I mean, you've got so much stuff in this one little 5-minute segment. It's mental. It's mental. I'm totally with you. I also enjoyed Stone Cold last year driving into the barricade. That's also one of my favorite moments. I mean, him getting lost. I mean, that footage came out after, where he's meant to go up a ramp, but he actually drove past it. So there is a video of him having to reverse, right? Because it took him ages to appear on the ramp. And turns out he got lost. So he comes into the arena, goes past the ramp. He then has to reverse, right? People grabbing him, trying to reset. And then he goes up the ramp. Then he comes down, drives around, bang, straight into the barricade. I don't know if he'd had a few Steve Weisers. Probably he had. But, yeah. He was talking about that the other day on a podcast, actually. About how he shizzed the bed on one of the biggest stages possible. And it really annoyed him. And that woman as well, that was in the front row, and it hit the barricade, and she, like, flopped down as if she'd been hit. But, I mean, I don't think it touched her at all. Nick Khan went over, and it was just, man, that was a fun moment. So, yeah, if we're talking comedy moments, like, genuinely, I think those ones in more recent years are, like, absolutely amongst my favourite. Even, do you remember 37, which was, like, 2021, when we had the rain delay? We never had a rain delay at WrestleMania, but we had a rain delay where we had to fill time. I think it's been cut now. I think if you watch it on the Netflix, it's not there. I think they just cut it out. But if you watched it live, we were basically watching, it's that famous picture of Samoa Joe and Michael Cole in, like, waterproofs. The rain's absolutely lashing it down. And so we went backstage, and Superstars had to just cut promos. And they just had to cut some promos talking about what they're going to do tonight. And I think it was about 20 minutes, half an hour. And then, you know, we were able to carry on with the show. But even that was, man, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So if it's those kind of moments that we're talking about, the kind of weirder moments, the wacky moments, those would be some of my recent examples. In regards to, like, matches, well, you know, Brett Stone Cold, obviously, Shawn Undertaker, obviously, Macho Ricky Steamboat, obviously. These are the ones, like, actual in-ring wise that kind of come to mind. I'll tell you the one match, we're doing watch-alongs on the members side. There's one match that I really, really want to go back to, and I want to watch it again. And that is last year, Bianca, Rhea, and Iyo. And the reason why I want to rewatch it is because I remember during that match I had a couple of technical difficulties, in the sense of my Netflix was just buffering a little bit. And so I kept having to restart it. And it just meant that I was kind of focused a little bit on that more than the match itself. But obviously I saw pretty much all the match. But for me, when it finished, I remember thinking, oh, that was really good. You know, what an amazing start to the day. And I remember saying, like, I think I enjoyed the men's triple threat a little bit more. But yeah, that's right up there, you know. That is absolutely right up there. Brilliant match, like, no doubt about it. Brilliant match. But the love for that match was so big. I think it's been voted like one of the greatest women's matches in WWE history. Not the greatest, but like top 5. Like it's not just like this iconic WrestleMania match. It's like this amazing women's match in the history of WWE. And I don't think I was able to give it the sort of respect and attention it needed because of those issues. So I would love now to sit down, watch it with none of those issues and just go, is this what people say it is? Like, is it really that level, you know? I'd also like to go back to Sasha and Bayley from NXT Brooklyn, because that's also regarded as one of the... I think a lot of people might say it's the best women's match in WWE history. Sasha, Bayley, NXT Brooklyn. It was such a moment. It really was. And, you know, it's kind of regarded as, you know, the flag bearer, the standard, the benchmark. Some might say that WrestleMania match beat it. But I'd like to go back and see that as well. And we've had suggestions come in from the community, which I've added to a list. So really looking forward to getting stuck into some of those, because there are really awesome matches that I want to go back to and revisit and just have a look at and just go kind of reanalyze, if you will. So yeah, recent matches, I would say a lot of those come to mind. WrestleMania 40 main event was incredible as well, of course, because of all the... A lot of recent stuff, actually. Got to say, I do think 38, 39, 40 were right up there. I mean, when it comes to 3 amazing WrestleManias in a row, I think you could make an argument 38, 39, 40 is about as good as you can get. I mean, you might want to look at 17, 18, 19. I think that's amazing. That maybe beats it, because 17 and 19 are regarded often as the best WrestleManias ever. 18 has got Hogan and Rock and the face-to-face. Rest of the cards is okay. It doesn't match up to 17 or 19, but as a 3 WrestleMania run, it's very strong. That might be the pinnacle. But I do think 38, 39, 40 is absolutely in that conversation. I do think it's in that conversation. That's actually quite a good Wrestle Feud question. I might jot that down as like a Wrestle Feud question, because I'm trying to get Wrestle Feud questions. Best 3 Mania run. Example 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I've jotted that down. Because I think that there is something to that. Jesse, hello, said the women's division is kind of struggling. I do like what Stephanie has been doing. The Kabuki Warriors, Charlexa, but I feel the last year was better. I hope they can bring more excitement. Well, I think the reason for that is because they have so invested in new stars. You know, really, really gone big with new stars. You know, Stephanie has been right front and center, women's champion. She's been feuding with the likes of Raquel. That's been a big push for her as well. Tiffany, of course, had a big spotlight on her. Jade has now got a big spotlight on her. Julia has had a spotlight on her, but not big enough, because you know, that women's mid-card division has been atrocious. And so where have all the big names gone? Well, they went to the tag division. You know, we've had Charlotte and Alexa, we've had Bayley and Lyra, we've had Asuka and Kairi, Rhea and Iyo. Like, all these big names got put into the tag division. I think to get them out the way, it seems like it was a strategy. We need to bring through some other women. We need to kind of get the big names out the way. I mean, I think if you did that with the men's division, it'd be bonkers. You know, like Roman and Cody and Punk and everyone going into the tag division. And then so that you can put new blood in at the top. For fans, hardcore fans, I think they would enjoy that. I think a lot of people would give a thumbs up for that, right? From a business point of view, I don't know how that would work, because that means that a lot of your championships, top titles, have got names competing for them that are maybe a little bit undercooked. You can get away with it with the women. I don't think you can get away with it with the guys, hence why we've not done that, right? So, I think there's been a lot of disruption to the women's division. I think there's been a lot that's been done to the women's division to try and bring through new stars. Maybe it's not worked the way that they wanted. Maybe there's been a bit of skill sets exposed, weaknesses exposed. You know, some of these things are like a sink or swim situation, and maybe we've had a little bit of sinking. But I think it's an easy fix. You've just got to start bringing back some of that established talent. You know, Bianca will come back soon. Naomi will be back. I don't know if it'll be this year, but she'll be back at some point. You can obviously got Rhea out of that division. Iyo is going to come out. Seems like she's going into a feud with Asuka. The Asuka-Kyrie thing will get resolved soon. Probably break apart. I'd imagine that'll have Kyrie going off doing stuff then. Asuka will be around. I don't know how long Bayley, Lyra kind of stay together. They've been together a long time, actually. I mean, if you remember, they were meant to be teaming last year, and then Bayley got attacked, and then it was Becky that replaced. So, I mean, we've done feels like about 12 months of Bayley being in this tag team. I don't really think she's done a great deal else. So, yeah, we really did move a lot of them out of the way, but a draft, a shake-up, that would definitely freshen things up. And I think it'd be a pretty easy fix. I think it's been done by design. Harmon said, Daze, I'm sorry, but this LA Knight situation, it's ridiculous. He's got to win the world title, says Harmon. Harmon, shout out to you. King Gamer said, if we were booking, would we have ended the streak at 25? If Taker retired undefeated at Mania, would he have become the GOAT? No, I 100% would have had someone end the streak. I really, really don't agree that the streak should have just stayed intact. I think that's how Bruce Pritchard feels, and I think that's how Undertaker feels, but it is not how I feel. I'm a big believer in wrestling is constantly moving forwards, and we should be making tomorrow better than today. And how we do that is by wrestlers losing their last match. And how we do that is by, the one generation kind of passing the torch to the next generation. We talk a lot about that. We're talking about that right now with Brock and Ober, and the torch being passed. We're talking about that with Cena last year, kind of losing, but not only losing, tapping out as well, kind of being humbled, if you will, so that he can give to that next generation. And I sort of think like with Undertaker, him not giving anyone that victory, him not handing over that moment of someone being the person to beat the streak, I just think that would have been such a wasted opportunity. I mean, Undertaker is an absolute legend anyway. I mean, who's going to tell you that Undertaker isn't a GOAT? Undertaker has got an amazing WrestleMania record. The losses don't really matter. I mean, he went, was it 21-0? Or 20-0, and then it was 21-1. So who's gonna match that ever? I mean, that's what he leaves. That's the benchmark that's been set. Is who's going to beat that? Who's going to be able to break that record of having gone 20 WrestleMania victories and 0 losses? So for me, every win that he was getting was just, extending that record. But the idea that the streak in total should never have been beaten, I've got a problem with that, because I just think that, titles get defended and they get passed over, records get broken, like how Cena beat Ric Flair's records. Why would The Undertaker be any different? Why would The Undertaker have an achievement that no one beat? Like, to me, that's selfish. To me, that's not giving back to wrestling. All those people that laid down for The Undertaker, all those people that gave to The Undertaker, he doesn't pass that on to anyone. Like, to me, I really don't like that. That, to me, is just not right at all. So, yeah, I'd be firmly in the camp that someone should be the benefactor. That moment of, oh my God. Because every year we watched to see who was going to be the person. Is this the person? And I think if we never had an answer to it because no one was the person, not only is that quite selfish, not only is it not passing to the next generation, but I just think that it's quite annoying as a fan that there never was anyone. So I've got a few reasons as to why I don't like that. I think the big debate is who it was and who it should have been, and was Brock the right person? And I've softened my stance on Brock. I was not a fan of Brock at the time, but I've said as time's gone by, I've actually grown to really appreciate Brock being the person. And the reason for that is because we could have had Finn Balor be the person, but Finn Balor, I don't think we would have changed the way that he's been booked. You know, if Finn had ended the streak, would Finn's career have been completely different? I don't know. I can't say yes and I can't say no. I don't. The answer is I don't know, but I can look at how we've used Finn, and it's been very underwhelming. We all thought Finn and the Demon was going to be this massive star, right? We all thought that Finn Balor and the Demon was going to, you know, we could have got past 30, 31. I mean, if we'd have done it at, say, I don't know, 34, 35, Finn Balor would have been on the main roster by that point. Finn Balor could have been the person to have done it. But I don't think that would have been right, because I look at how Finn Balor has been used and how many world titles he's won, and it's very underwhelming. And you could make the argument, had he beaten The Undertaker streak, we would have booked him differently. But there's no guarantee of that. And the exact same thing is true of Bray. You know, Bray could have been the one to have beaten the streak. But I gotta say, the way that he was used was very underwhelming. He had to fight so hard for every achievement that he got. Because, let's be honest, Vince didn't like Bray. That's the truth. He fired him. He got rid of him. Bray was one of the most popular stars, and Vince got rid of him. Like, they had a relationship that I think was very turbulent. Their relationship, I think, was very broken. I think that they both were battling for control. I think that certainly when The Fiend came along and the Funhouse and all of that, if you watch that Bray documentary, you see that Bray just hates the burnt Fiend costume. You know, I don't think he likes any of that story. I don't think he feels comfortable. I think that a lot of people want to get into wrestling because they want to be the next Bray or something. But the truth is that you don't get the final say. Creative get the final say. Triple H gets the final say. And so your creative, your vision can always be tampered with, can always be taken in directions that you don't want it to go. And I think that was happening a lot with Bray and the world that Bray had created. And I think he struggled. I think he cared too much. And that's obviously not a negative, but it is a negative if it's going to eat you inside and it's going to bother you and you're going to speak out about it. And, you know, I think the relationship between him and Vince was very broken. So if Bray had been the one to end the streak, again, I cannot sit here and make any guarantees that Bray would have been treated differently. I can't sit here and say that that would have resulted in Bray being this monstrous top guy, because I think his relationship with Vince would still have been broken. I don't see how that would have changed. I think it would have still been broken. So this is why, from a fan point of view, you can say it should have been Bray, but from a behind the scenes point of view, I don't know that anything would have changed. And so, yeah, as time's gone by, I've kind of looked at the fact that it was Brock and the fact that we used him in main events, the fact that he used that victory, the fact that it did take him to a different level. And this is what people seem to forget, is that people say, oh, Brock didn't need it. Even Undertaker said that. But if Brock didn't need it, why was it such a shock when he won? If he didn't need it, then why was it such a surprise? Because if Brock was this amazing destroyer that was killing everyone, why were we even shocked? that he beat The Undertaker. We were shocked because we didn't expect him to win. We were shocked because Brock had actually been losing a couple of matches. There was a few matches that Brock, when he came back, did not win. And Brock was sort of, we didn't quite know where he was positioned. But that victory there, I believe, genuinely does have an effect for Brock. And it does kind of change the perception of him. And it did have an impact. Not a massive impact in the sense of we take someone from here to here. But I think we did take Brock from there to there. I think it did do something. He was the one behind 21-1. And they used that a lot. So, yeah, I think the whole streak thing is a very, very interesting conversation. I don't want to spend any longer on it, but I think it's a very interesting conversation. It's one that gets brought up every few months. And for me, my position on it has sort of softened. I was absolutely floored when it first happened. I was in a pub with other people watching it live, and the whole room was silent. No one said a word. People were just stunned, just waiting to see if there was going to be shenanigans. And even when everyone had left the ring, you're still sort of like, is there going to be an announcement? Are they going to say it was void? Like, you couldn't process it. But it was such a shock because you just didn't believe that it was going to happen. And then, of course, you start questioning, is he the right person? Does he need it? But as time went by, I saw enough to kind of realize that he had benefited from it. And I thought Cena was fantastic at SummerSlam because Cena was like, you just beat the streak. We've got to capitalize. So as a result, murk me, absolutely destroy me. And that was just as shocking, honestly. Brock at SummerSlam, the SummerSlam after that, WrestleMania, Brock destroys John Cena, batters John. I mean, he just chucks him around the ring and destroys him. And that was like, oh my God. This is the guy that's just beat the streak, and now he's just done that to John. It was like, oh my God. And obviously then we got a lot of Brock in the following years. And, well, really, you can say up until the legal action, we had, a lot of Brock. And then the legal action happened. He went away for a while. Now he's back. He's back to being dominant, but it feels like this is the final run now. I think his legacy is very interesting because he's always been kind of part-time, certainly since he came back. He's always been kind of part-time. So I don't know that he's been around enough to really register as being like one of the all-time greats. But considering the amount of times he's main evented WrestleMania, considering the fact he ended the streak, considering all of the championship runs that he's had and all the moments that he's been a part of, the aura that he has, I mean, he's got to be one of the greats, hasn't he? You never hear people saying he's on their Mount Rushmore. And that's understandable. I think it's a lack of activity that stops that. But when you're doing a ranking list, does he go S tier? Is he A tier? Do some people have him B tier? I don't know. But if you think about what he's achieved, it's just, obviously, there's a chunk of time where he goes to UFC and he does NFL for a little bit. So, I mean, he steps away, doesn't he, after WrestleMania 20 and then comes back years later. And then, of course, he's always part-time, really, from that point, just coming in for the big shows. And then, you've got the legal stuff. So, for those reasons, hard to know where people rank him. But you can't really talk about this period of time without talking about Brock. So, yeah, I think he has to kind of go down as one of the greats, one of the most recognizable names in WWE history. Not Stone Cold level or Hogan or Cena, but maybe this is where he is just that A tier, but that doesn't really feel right to put him there. Don't know. I think we could have a really good conversation around that, but I don't want to spend any longer on it. So, King Gamer, that's a good one. It's a good one to get our teeth into that. I think you'll find a lot of differing opinion on that. And again, these are just perspectives. That's just my perspective. I'm not saying what I'm saying is true. Gospel. I'm just saying that from my vantage point, that's how I viewed it. So I was quite pleased it ended. But I think it'll be eternally debated if Brock was the right person. The majority, I think, would tell you no, but I'm comfortable with it. Right, Long Beach Hippie said, I need a YouTube channel that has a weekly roster report, a full list of WWE rosters and who's injured and other stats. There could be one out there. I'm not sure. I can tell you that if you want stats, Cage Match is a fantastic place to go. Cage Match website it's just full of stats, you know, recent matches and all that stuff. I don't know if they've got injury news on there. I'm sure there's a website that would have, if you go on Google, like, what's the latest injury list for WWE? I'm sure there's a website that would have that more than kind of lends itself more because it's data kind of, and it's constantly being updated, kind of lends itself more to like a web page, I think, than a YouTube channel. But I'm sure that information is out there. Real John said, do we think Charlexa and the Bellas are going to get involved tonight? I would think so, John. Yes, I'd be surprised if they didn't. We've seen a lot of interference between those teams. So, yeah, I think we'd all be surprised if that didn't go down that way tonight. Uncle Rebel said, how about a curse battle royal? The winner gets their curse lifted by Danhausen. Let's go. That could be good. That's a good idea. That's a fun idea. Probably would involve a lot of low-level talent like your Kit Wilsons, your Miz's, your original El Grandes. You know, it'd be that kind of level, of course. That seems to be who Danhausen is. You know, your Matt Cardonas, whatever. That seems who Danhausen is kind of interacting with. Johnny Gargano and whatever. So I don't know that you would want to spend too long on it. Maybe you could have the odd name, bigger name that's in there that Danhausen has crossed paths with, but by and large, it's going to be that sort of level. So, but as a fun little segment, I wouldn't be down on that. That could be a fun way of using Danhausen. We were talking about Danhausen gimmick match the other day, wasn't we? And potentially what that would look like. And I thought there were some good suggestions that came in for that as well. So yeah, Uncle Rebel, good shout. Brandon, hello, said, who goes long enough to beat Taker's streak 21 years? Well, I mean, it's going to have to be someone that's in their 20s. I can't imagine someone in their 30s doing it. So, I mean, obviously, you'd mind go straight to Javon. I mean, honestly, Austin Theory, if we'd got our act together, I think he's still only 28, something like that. So in 21 years' time, he'll be 49, which puts him about the same age as, I don't know, Punk. AJ Styles just retired around that age. That's this kind of age that Randy Orton's at. I mean, if you think that Austin Theory has been on the roster for like 5-6 years on the main roster, and we've just, you know, faffed around with him. I mean, we just really just put him on the back burner. But if we'd gone through a period where, you know, he'd had a lot of losses, he was trying to find himself, but now he had found himself, right? And now he was in a place where he was looking good. He was good on the mic, good in the ring. You know, we were in a good place and he was starting to get wins. Crazily enough, you could actually do it with him, but we're not in that place. You know, I say Austin Theory and everyone's like, do you know what I mean? And understandably so, because we're not in that place. We've kind of wasted all of those years where I don't think we've made much forward progression. But it would need to be, you know, you'd look at Javon, you'd look at Leon Slater, but they're very different animals, aren't they? They're not phenoms, you know? Obafemi is, 28? Something like that. I think he said he wants to go to his 50. So, I mean, Obafemi could be that person if that goes that way. But the only thing is, you're going to have to be injury-free because you're going to have to do every WrestleMania. And how many wrestlers stay injury-free throughout their whole career? I mean, you're going to have to do this is why it's so hard. This is why it's an absolutely incredible achievement. This is why, for me, the fact the streak was broken is good because it passed it on to someone and it kind of closed that chapter. But that record still stands. That record is still there of going 20-0. Who's going to beat that? Who's going to beat that? Or 20, was it 21? I think it was 21-0, wasn't he? And then he was 21-1. So who's going to beat that? Who's going to be able to beat that? You're going to have to go 20 plus years, not miss a year, be a top guy throughout that time period where you're in WrestleMania matches and winning them. So you're going to have to be a top guy for that time period. You're going to have to not have injuries. You're going to have to be used creatively at every WrestleMania. I mean, you can see why a lot of people say it's like a record that'll never be broken. I genuinely don't see it getting beaten in my lifetime. I mean, I hope WWE's around for hundreds of years. And I'd imagine at some point it'll be beaten. I cannot really make much of an argument it gets done in my lifetime. Because how are you going to do that? How are you going to bring someone in and make them a top guy for 20 odd years and have them not be injury free and them win all the matches? I mean, you would probably have to book someone to beat it, if you know what I mean. Like, you would have to purposefully say, let's see if we can get Oba there. Let's see if Oba can do it. And even if from now, if you go, let's have Oba go on an undefeated streak, even if you wanted to do it, you might not be able to. Because I can't guarantee that Oba's going to stay injury-free. What if you tried to do it with Big E? You might have looked at Big E and gone, this is going to be the guy that's going to do it. Oh, that didn't work, did it? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that it'll be beaten in my life. They can't even guarantee that they can beat it. It's an incredible achievement. Incredible. It's a hell of a benchmark. It's a benchmark I don't think I ever see get beaten. So, Brandon, the person that beats it might not yet be born, but there's a few names you can throw out there. You just got to look at the young. It might be a woman. We can't rule out it being a female. Female, you know, there's a lot of like Roxanne Perez. I mean, in 21 years, she's going to be, what, 43-ish? 44? I mean, she could do it. I don't know if she's been... I don't think... Did she wrestle last year at WrestleMania? You know, but again, it's going to be hard. Plum Girl, shout out to you, firing in some gifted memberships. I appreciate that, my friends. Shout out to you. Really do appreciate it. We're doing the 3 member streams this week because the clocks have changed in the UK now. So that's what I was trying to get to, was the clocks changing, but they only changed last night. So we're going to do the 3 streams this week, and then we're going to switch to 5 next week. So I'm going to kind of detail that in tomorrow's member stream. So we got a member stream tomorrow where we're just going to do our usual Tuesday stream. We got all the quizzes coming up on Wednesday, and we're going to go through that change next week so that we can get them kind of 5 days a week. So yeah, there's a little bit of a tweak coming there, and should be good. So welcome to all these new members, Plum Girl. Thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. And yeah, very cool. Very cool. Very kind. Hannah, hello. Hannah said, Daze, WrestleMania 20, 21, and 22 was good trio, yes. We had the emotional ending from 20. Mm-hmm. We had the rise of Cena at 21, yeah. Ric Flair taking a suplex from that ladder at 22. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a great answer. I enjoyed those. I think I would be more inclined to go 19, 20, 21. I think 19 for a lot of people is regarded as being like maybe the second best WrestleMania. Normally, when we ask people their favorite WrestleMania, 17 tends to come out on top. 19 tends to come out seconds. Obviously, you get a lot of other answers, a lot of recent answers. And yeah, of course, 38, 39, 40, they're all in the mix. But that's why I think it's such an interesting question, because you could go 19, 20, 21. You could go 20, 21, 22. You could go, as we said, 17, 18, 19. I don't think too many people are going to include 15 or 16. I think they're regarded as pretty bad WrestleManias. I don't think anyone's going to include 27. That's regarded as a bad Mania. But you could go 24, 25, 26. I don't think 26 is sort of regarded as a great Mania, but it is Shawn Michaels' retirement. It is an amazing main event with Shawn walking away. And of course, 25 has got their first encounter at WrestleMania. And then you've got 24, which is like the Ric Flair retirement, which is incredible. In fact, those 3 Manias are just absolutely... But you can go even further back for Shawn, can't you? I mean, Shawn has got such a great run at that time. Very impressive. Some people might go 28, 29, 30, because you got Roxanne 1, Roxanne 2, and then you got Daniel Bryan. So I think it's a really interesting question, honestly, of like, what's the best 3-run WrestleMania? I really do want... I'm going to ask that in Wrestle Feuds, because I think there's a lot of different answers. That people could come up with. I would imagine 38, 39, 40 will do well. But it's one that I've not really considered before. Harmon said, I don't understand why Matt Hardy says Bray and Vince are like son and father. I think Vince treated him disgustingly. Bray got over himself and Vince didn't like it. Well, I've not heard that comment from Matt, but I mean, just as an initial reaction, I'd imagine it's like families fight, families argue, but there's still a love and respect that's there type thing, you know? So, I don't know. I'd be interested to read that comment, kind of see if he fleshes that out a little bit. Connor said, Daze, which men's match are we interested in watching at WrestleMania? Cody Randy, CM Punk Roman, Brock Ober, Drew Jacob, or Sammy Trick? If I could only watch one match at WrestleMania, I would watch Brock Ober. And the reason is because I'm very interested to see what they book. Are they going to put Ober over? Are they putting Brock over? If they put Ober over, is it going to be close? Is it going to be a squash? Is he just going to go in there and murk him? Is Heyman going to play a part? What's the reaction afterwards? That's the match that I would want to see. The second match I would want to see would be Cody Randy. Obviously very interested in the crowd reaction. We've been having a big conversation about that. It's the match I wanted to see, honestly, since Cody came back, is this version of it with a heel Randy, because I love heel Randy. I think Randy as a heel is fantastic. We've all know heel Randy from back in the day. I mean, it's a role he played for years and years and years. And I do think Cody is this sort of white meat baby face, which is obviously wore thin for people. But since he came back, this is the version of the match that I've wanted to see, and now we're getting it, right? And I wasn't expecting it. Certainly not at the start of the year, when rumors were it was going to be Cody against Roman, and then, of course, Cody Drew. And now here we are, and it's Cody Randy. So that would be the second match that I would most want to see. But I do think, again, I have to be honest, if there's only one match, I'm really intrigued to see what they do with Ober Brock. I'm really intrigued to see what they do there. I do think genuinely Ober could get the win and then win King of the Ring and then fight for a title at SummerSlam. If you're going to do Brock Gunther at SummerSlam, which we believe is the plan, I don't see how you don't follow up Ober beating Brock. I mean, it should be such a big deal that this is just a made man now. It's just literally we're counting down. It's just when are we putting the world title on him, not if. And it feels like when anyway, doesn't it? I mean, right now, unless that match just stinks the place out, which, again, that's another reason why I'd want to watch it, because hopefully it would be intense, it would satisfy, we'd be, oh my God, that was so good. I'm really hoping we come out of that match with that reaction. And if we do, we could be welcoming, well, this generation's next big star, a star that we're going to be watching in main events of WrestleMania for the next, 15 years, whatever. So yeah, that match is the one I want to see most. Then Randy Cody, and then probably the Punk Roman one. Yeah, just because I want to see what's going on with the Bloodline, and also, I want to see who they give the win to. I think you can make an argument they go with Punk because Punk's around more often. Punk's here all the time, and you can keep going. Roman already had his run with the Bloodline, so you can make the argument he doesn't need that belt back. And, you know, CM Punk getting the win over Roman, carrying on, gives him credibility, keeps this title reign going. You know, I think this run from Punk's okay. He's faced Bron Breakker, he's faced Finn Balor, now he's going in against Roman. Like, the run's been okay. It's not been like mind-blowing, but obviously he had that line, that controversial line, and the crowd reaction's going to be interesting. Bloodline's involvement's going to be interesting. The Usos' involvement, who they give the win to is going to be interesting, because they can stick with Punk or they can go back to Roman, and we can have a Roman Bloodline summer. I don't think there is a firm favourite in that thing. I don't feel like CM Punk's minus 1,000 favourite or anything. I think it feels to me quite close. I'm sure there is a favourite. I think last time I saw it was like Roman, but it's probably like Roman by minus 200, not like minus 2,000. So yeah, that would probably be third for me. And I don't know. I'll just leave it at the top three. Mania 39 is clear for me, said Adam. Gunther, Drew, Sheamus, and Roman, Cody, Flair, Ripley, tag team main event. It was the absolute all-around best WrestleMania I've ever watched. From the stage to the matches, it was great, says Adam. Abdullah said, Daze, it's reported that everyone's going to show up tonight. Cody, Speeds, Braun, and a lot more. Are they planning to make this a mini WrestleMania? I love Raw. I hate SmackDown. If Cody is here, maybe Randy. Well, I don't think they're planning on making this a mini WrestleMania, but I think what they are doing is making this as big and as stacked as they can, because this is Madison Square Garden, and Madison Square Garden is special. Madison Square Garden is not like any other show. This is, you know, a very, very special. This is New York City, the heart of New York City. This is really WWE's spiritual home. I mean, WWE used to be a regional promotion in the New York area. Back in the days when there was territories, you had Florida Championship Wrestling, you had WCCW World Class Championship Wrestling, you know, you had the Carolinas, and, you know, you had all these different wrestling promotions, all the territories, Mid-South and whatnot. But WWE was based in the Northeast, and it was based in New York, and so it would just run that area. And their big show was Madison Square Garden. And so Bruno, I think, main evented Madison Square Garden like 170 odd times, because that's where they did their big shows like once a month. And Bruno, throughout the 60s and 70s, would normally be the last match, would normally be the headliner. So Bruno Sammartino has headlined the Garden like 170 odd times, which is an amazing achievement if you think about it. And so this is not just another Raw. This is not just us going to Madison Square Garden. Like, if WWE has got any building that is their home, you could say the Performance Center, of course, but since the pandemic and whatnot, but historically it is Madison Square Garden. So I think Vince always used to have a saying, I think if it was Vince's dad, actually, you always know how successful the business is because the Garden will tell you. You always know where you are because the Garden, the reaction of the Garden will let you know. And so they kind of put a lot into the reaction of Madison Square Garden, the ticket sales there. You know, they know if the business is doing well or not by how fast the tickets sell. It's a passionate crowd as well. It's New York, the heart of New York's where WrestleMania 1 was. I mean, think of all the PLEs that have been there as well, let alone the kind of 60s and 70s. It's where WrestleMania 1 happened. So this is a very special place. They always go big when we're at MSG. This is going to be no exception. They're bringing in, I would imagine, some surprises. There's going to be moments, as you know, you're kind of hearing like little spoilers about. And I wouldn't say it's a mini WrestleMania. I would just say it's a big show on the road to WrestleMania. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. It's got a little bit of a buzz around it tonight as a result. There feels like there's a bit more energy around, which is lovely. I think that it's very, very easy, and I think we've done really well actually on this stream in particular, to not get dragged into any sort of negativity. We haven't been sitting here talking about how this year has not been very good or last year wasn't. We haven't been doing that, right? We've just been talking about different topics and different things like we normally do, but we have been, I think, pretty positive about stuff like there's an excitement that's in the air, and I think rightfully so. Raw's in a pretty good place. A lot of the recent shows have been scoring well. We're at Madison Square Garden. We've just detailed why that's important, and I think we can genuinely go into this show with optimism. I think we can genuinely go into tonight looking forward to a really fun show. So yeah, it should be good, Abdullah. It should be good. There are some matches that should have been main events of WrestleMania but weren't, said 107 Carnage. That's an interesting one as well, actually. I don't know if I've ever asked that in Wrestle Feuds. What matches... Have I ever asked it? I don't think I have. I'm going to drop that down. Carnage is another Wrestle Feud idea. What match should have been at WrestleMania but never was? I like that, buds. I like it. 107 Carnage. Nice. Nice. Right. Daze, if AEW and WWE could wrestle each other, what would be the dream matches? I don't watch AEW, so it makes it hard for me to say, because I just don't know their wrestlers. I know there's like a Thika. I don't even know how you say her name. She's their current champ, but I've never seen her wrestle. So I have no idea who she would mesh with. I'd like to see Will Ospreay. I think, him against Seth, I think would be a lot of fun. Him against Ilya, him against Sammy, I'd like to see Will Ospreay. Kyle Fletcher, I've heard a lot of buzz about, but again, I've not watched his matches, so again, I can't say. Yeah, honestly, on that, I'm not the right person. I don't watch AEW. I don't even sneakily watch it or anything. When it's time to sort of compile and see, I have to just sort of scroll through all the AEW stuff to try and find the WWE stuff that I'm after. So I occasionally watch little clips, but it only tends to be if it's Tony Storm. I'll probably click on it and give it a watch. Or that might be it, I'm trying to think. I've seen the occasional Harley Cameron thing as well. I know she made a little puppet of Mercedes. I saw a couple of clips of that. And that's it, really. Yeah. I don't think there's anyone else that I've kind of even watched clips of, so I'm not the right person for that question. MJ, I can answer the people that I did see when I used to watch, like MJF. I would like to see Will Ospreay. I'd like to see Okada. I'd like to see the usual suspects. Tony Storm. I'd like to see. I mean, you can easily kind of put them with WWE stars, but yeah, I can't really give you much more depth than that. Beast Mode said Athena. Well, Athena is Ember Moon, isn't she? So we've seen a lot of her. Gunther versus Kenny would be a banger, said Christopher. Or Ospreay Seth. Yeah, I'd be down for those. I don't know where Kenny is at the moment. I know that he's had a lot of injuries. So yeah, I'm not sure. Tony Storm. A storm is coming. Daze, if Gunther and Ilya end up fighting at Mania, yeah, will Gunther still be kept away from the world title if he wins? Would Ilya be pushed to a main event scene if he won? Well, Gunther, I think they do want to get him to a world title. I think there's a chance Gunther could win King of the Ring. I think there's a chance Oba could win King of the Ring. I mean, maybe the final is going to be Gunther Oba, which would be amazing. I mean, Gunther versus Oba. nightmare to book because someone's going to lose. But, that would be a match I think a lot of people would be excited by. I would expect Gunther to win, and I would expect Gunther to try and go after a world title this year, yes. The only thing I would say is the rumor is that he's going to retire Brock at SummerSlam, so I wouldn't expect it to be at SummerSlam. So maybe that opens the door for Oba to get the win at King of the Ring. And then that means that Gunther can retire Brock and then go after Oba later in the year. I don't know what show we've got after SummerSlam, though, that would be big enough for that. Oba, Gunther. That would probably have to be a Saudi show, wouldn't it? I'd imagine they'd want that. Like, that's a big match. They'd probably want to do it in Saudi. But obviously, we know what's going on over in Saudi, although I haven't seen today what's going on in Saudi. But I believe it's still going. I don't think peace has broken out in the world. If it has, it's not reached me. So, no, it hasn't. I just double-checked because I thought it might be nice to report that peace has broken out if it had broken out, but sadly it has not broken out. So, we're still fighting. There's still warring going on in the world, and I got to say that's probably not looking good for the show they've got scheduled in July. I think, was it June or July? They've got a Saudi show coming up. So I'd say that things are looking pretty bad for that. I don't think it's wise to have a load of fans go into an arena watching a wrestling show. You are definitely putting people in harm's way if you do that. So can't see that happening. But, if this war was to stop, like we're hearing time frame, they're hoping in the next month. That's what I've read. 2 to 4 weeks is what I heard they were hoping for. I think they're in negotiations now from what I've heard. That's what I've heard Trump say, that, they're talking to some people and they're hoping they can get something sorted. But I don't know, it's not looking great, is it? It's not looking great because I think they've been in talks for a good few days now. And there's no word of peace. So I don't know how all that's playing out, but I've got to think that, this thing, I don't think America would want it going on like much longer. Everything I'm hearing is that people are like, definitely I'm okay with us leaving now. So I think I suppose the point I'm making is that, are we expecting this thing to disrupt next year's WrestleMania? No. I think all the fighting will be done certainly by then. I'm not expecting it to disrupt shows like September, October. I think things like July feel very close and that could be disrupted. But I'm not sure it disrupts anything beyond that, but I can't really sit here and predict how the war's going to go. Or the military operation, or what we're meant to be calling it. I don't know. But it is having, obviously, real effects, isn't it? It's having real effects, obviously. There's servicemen and civilians and people that are losing their lives, first and foremost. But, as you get further down the priority list, obviously it's cancelling like sporting things, and there's been some Grand Prix that have been cancelled and other events that have been cancelled, and I won't be shocked to see that July one gets moved. But the ones later in the year, right now I'm thinking they're still going ahead, and WrestleMania right now I'm still thinking that's going ahead. So Camden said, Daze, after Mania, what do we think will be the most important storyline? I think it'll be the development of Jey into a tribal chief, says Camden, right? Okay. Well, there's a possibility for it to go that way. The only thing I would say is they tried to have Jey in a very important position, and I'm not sure it was successful. They tried to have him in a position where he was the world champion and he beat Gunther last year and all that. And you can see that we very quickly got that belt from him and we very quickly went in a different direction, right? So that to me is obviously not a great sign that giving Jey this big responsibility results in great ratings, great engagement. So, I don't know. This is why I just struggle a little bit now to believe that they're about to make him a tribal chief and all this kind of stuff. I'm struggling with that because I don't see what's changed. I don't, other than him just maybe having a bit more of an attitude and maybe going a bit more heelish. I mean, he's not going to be wrestling better singles matches. You know, he's not going to be cutting better promos on his own. It's hard to see Roman kind of falling in line and standing behind Jey, isn't it? I can't be the only one that optics-wise, visually, that just doesn't feel right. Why would Roman acknowledge Jey? How do we even get to that? It's going to have to be a hell of a story. You know, it's going to have to be that the family sort of decide that it's Jey, and they sort of, I don't know, make Roman fall in line, and there's all this pressure from the family or something. I don't know. I think it's a big jump from like last week where Jey said, go on, Joe. I sort of feel like Jey was a bit of a cheerleader in that moment. I don't know that he was giving an order. I think he was more encouraging. And I think Roman obviously didn't need much persuasion, and he went for it, right? I think it's a big jump to get from that to we're going to make Jey the tribal chief. So I don't know that I can kind of follow you with that. But equally, they could. I mean, WWE have got the ability to do whatever they want, haven't they? They're the ones booking it. So they can sort of do whatever they want. But this is why tonight's going to be interesting. We'll get to see a little bit more of that story, and wherever this is going, we'll get to see a little bit more. So perhaps we'll have a better idea after tonight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing as to where we go. I think the big story for me post Mania is probably going to be Randy, because I don't see Randy going back to being a babyface. I think this version of Randy is a version that's here to stay for a while. I think there's a great opportunity he wins the belt. And I think we could be about to go into the summer of Randy. And I think this could be a heel Randy that's going to, you know, run amok. So I think Randy is the person I might be looking at as being the big talking points. And of course, if Oba gets the win, I'd imagine Oba's going to be booked very strong. I'd imagine Brock's going to be upset if he loses. He's going to need to get his momentum back as we head to SummerSlam. I suppose it's just the big names you would expect, really. And obviously, we'll have Bron Breakker back, so we need to get back on board with Bron, kind of getting that forward momentum again as well. So, and whatever we're doing with Roman, but we know Roman is kind of part-time. He normally goes away after Mania. So Roman, I don't know how much we see him post-Mania. Normally he goes away, shows up on a few shows, and then obviously does SummerSlam. So I don't know how much Roman we get. Mr. Full D said, with UFC going to the White House, can we see WWE doing the same? No, I don't think so. Apparently they're losing a lot of money on that UFC show. I think it was an opportunity that they just couldn't pass by. It's obviously America's 250th birthday. The planning for this has been huge. And so I think that Donald Trump's a massive UFC fan. He doesn't seem to have the passion for WWE that he used to. I think like back in the day, he hosted WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5. He was involved in the Battle of the Billionaires. I believe he was ringside at WrestleMania 7. He was kind of in with Hogan and McMahon, and, you know, he was in with all of that. I don't think, you know, I think he left wrestling a long, long time ago, to be honest with you. I think his passion now is UFC. I think UFC's come along, and, you know, that's kind of where the real fighting is. And I think UFC has took quite a bit, actually, of market away from WWE. I mean, before UFC, WWE and boxing were your kind of options when it came to fighting, you know? And so UFC now provides people an alternative. And I think there's a lot of people that have kind of gone over there, you know? I think like this is why TKO are wise to have WWE and UFC under the same umbrella. I can see there being similarities. One is fighting for real, one is fighting scripted. I can get that. So there's not a reason to go to the White House past this year, because they're only doing it for the 250th anniversary birthday of America, and they're losing money. The amount of money it's cost him to construct the set and everything, it's a lot. I think they said it's going to cost about 60 million, and they'll get a little bit back from tickets and TV, but it ain't going to cover it all. They definitely lose on this. It's a definite loss. It's just how big of a loss. So I think that without the reason, and also now that they've done it and they've seen how hard it is and how that they're actually going to be losing money, I'm not sure I can see WWE wanting to follow suit. Okay, here we go. I think WWE missed a trick when they brought back Punk. Should have created a fight against the Authority. Maybe it would have been a bit like Stone Cold and Mr. McMahon, says Rav. Maybe Adam Pearce in the McMahon role. I think it's a different time, isn't it? Because, I mean, we know a lot of the truth now. I mean, kayfabe was still around in the Attitude Era. And plus also Vince was the boss. Whereas we know that Adam Pearce is, not really the GM. I think it would have been difficult. I think if you're gonna have him go off on anyone, it was gonna have to be Triple H. But of course, Triple H with his heart problem means that he can't actually do anything physical. But a story where, if it had come out that Triple H didn't want Punk back, but Nick Khan did, and then they actually leaned into that, that could have been great. That could have been fantastic. Really blurring those lines. Okay, here we go then. We are underway. The coverage has begun and we're expecting to open the show. This is the Big Apple. We're expecting to open the show with Cody. There's Madison Square Garden. It is historic Madison Square Garden. Historic. WWE, I hope they give us a great show tonight. Absolutely. I do as well. I'm right with you. Crazy how good he is. Credit to WWE. He is Mr. Cinema. He is Mr. Aura. He is so far ahead of the others. Do you think he's ahead of The Rock? Do you think he's ahead of Stone Cold's? I'm guessing you do. It's subjective, isn't it? Some people would say, is he ahead of Cena? Even WWE calls Cena the GOAT. So this is the great thing, isn't it, about wrestling and all the various opinions that people have. You can make an argument that he is. You can make an argument that there are someone else that's ahead of him. You can make an argument there's a few people ahead of him. I think undeniably is the biggest star right now. I can definitely say that. The numbers say that. Corey said 21 months down. Let's go. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Maggie said, for me, Roman's ahead of the Croc. And he's definitely ahead of Cena. So, there we go. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes opening up the show. It's no great surprise. We knew that it was going to go that way. We knew that Cody was opening up the show. Daze, I think the consensus around Jey being world champion was bad, as many expected Cena to win the Rumble, and WWE sort of had to have Jey win at Mania to justify it. I can understand that. I can understand that. Here's Cody then, making his way down. Cody on Raw, yes. We've got SmackDown stars on Raw. It's a big, big show tonight.
Okay, big smile on Cody's face. He's making his way down to the ring. Oh, look at that giant Cody head that young lady has. So we're just seeing Cody making his way down to the ring. Whoa! 2 weeks from Saturday. Wrestlemania. 2 weeks from Saturday. The giant Cody head was almost life-size, said Rob. Laxo said, why is Cody here? Well, there's a few SmackDown stars that are here tonight. This is Madison Square Garden. We're pulling out all the stops. I haven't heard if Randy's here tonight, but he could be. Okay, we got drone shot at the moment. Okay. Cody chants. Big cheer from the crowds. World's most famous arena. The home of the WWE Championship. What do you want to talk about? A place where the WWE Champion... Well, this is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Stephanie McMahon is making her way out. Well, this feels more like Raw, doesn't it? This feels a bit more like, okay. I have no idea what she's going to be saying. I mean, she's been babyfacing, hasn't she? She's got her podcast, and this isn't like authority stuff, so I'm really not sure what to expect from this. I don't think Cody knows what to expect from this, Steph. Do you think she's going to say that she's going to leave Triple H, get with Cody, because Cody's the champ? And she loves people in power. I know that Triple H is head of creative, but it's not the same, is it? It's not the same as being WWE champion. Oh, don't make me cry, says Steph. Yeah, perhaps she's took out Brandy backstage. I'm surprised to see you. I don't know why you're surprised. My name is Stephanie McMahon. That's a good shot, that is. Look at that. I'd love it if she said, I don't know why you're surprised. I'm having your baby. And then we'd be on the road to WrestleMania. I want to talk about you. I want to talk about Randy. And I want to talk about WrestleMania. Why doesn't she just do that on her podcast? Oh, you're not going to like what I've got to say? Perhaps she started watching AEW. We're multi-generational talents.
We've all taken different paths. You took the golden path. Okay. You believe you can bring out the best in people. This is good from Steph. Oh, Stephanie says you're not your father. Dusty could get down and dirty with the best of them. This is great from Steph. This version of Cody can't beat this version of Randy. And there's a lot of fans that will agree. A lot of fans will agree with her on that. What's Cody's response? Yeah. Listen, the fans are chanting Randy. Steph's like, look. This needs to be good. Yeah, Steph knows. She definitely knows. Oh, that's good. I like that. You're not yours. Jesus! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, what a line! Oh! It's WrestleMania season, baby! Oh my God! This is cooking! What a line. What a line. He's not just listening to the voices in his head. You've got to learn to think like Randy. Otherwise, you're going to lose that title. So Steph says, if you don't, it'll be the last time that you're introduced as the WWE champion. Steph goes to walk away. Oh, okay. Cody spins her around. There was a moment there where... I mean... I got 2 words for you. Thank you. Knowing Cody. Yeah. Thank you. Cody says thank you and he walks away. Smile on the face of Steph. Amazing. What a segment. Amazing. I love that segment, said Jesse. Okay, we're backstage with Speeds. I think it's going to be this way tonight. I think it's just going to be go, 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 go. Okay, we've got Speed and we've got Danhausen. Uncurse me now. In the background, we've got Kofi and Javon. LA Knight. Here's Danhausen. Okay. Oh, they've changed it. Uso. It's just us, Us. A new Usos theme. In fairness, people have been talking about that. Like, why are they coming out to Jey's theme? I mean, it's not drastically different, right? It's not like they're coming down to folk music now, but it is a different theme. Kind of based on Jey's theme. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I think there might be a few conversations around the start of it, though. Daze, that was some brilliant heel work from Cody, says Tony. Finally a new theme. Raw is off to a hot start. Real hot start. Real hot start. There's another question you can add. What championship design is the best? I think we've done like what's the best looking championship. So we've done that. I was just trying to think, could we do the best like world title design? But I don't think there'd be enough different ones, to be honest. We need one that's got like lots of answers. And we have done what's the best ever looking championship. Rapture said, Daze, what makes me think it'll be Cody that shows up to Mania and not Raheem? It's a good question. It's a good question. Get your thoughts in for that segment, by the way. We do have the Usos in the ring right now. But I really want to get a segment score. We've started to do segment scores because some of these segments are so big, they're obviously as big as any match. Okay, LA Knight coming out. Big, big pop. We are off to such a hot start. Cody and Steph absolutely cooking. Little Danhausen and Speed backstage segment. Now we got the Usos out there. They're defending in a street fight against the Vision. And LA Knight making his way down, which does make you wonder if he's getting involved in this for WrestleMania. We don't quite know the direction for LA Knight at WrestleMania. There's been a few rumors.
Bum, 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 bum. Liam said that open was great. Do we think we're now going to see Cody doing a few heelish things? Maybe not turning heel, but taking the fight to Randy. Yes, I think, you know, WWE, I think, are fully aware that they need to give Cody a bit more of an edge. And I thought the point that Stephanie made was such a valid one. It's the point that a lot of people keep bringing up. You know, this kind of white meat baby face, you know, kissing babies and shaking hands and posing for all the... That ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna cut it against this version of Randy. What I love about that segment is it's very on the nose. I think a lot of people would have gone, yes, yes. I thought that line as well that he said about how he had to turn the music down because Randy was like drooling on himself, probably after like a heavy session. You know, I'm not the student anymore in this. A lot of people want this to be like teacher versus student. That's not what this is. I kind of like that because it gives us a bit more of a glimpse into the mindset of Cody. It's just great. It was just... I always love segments that really do kind of hit on the nose what a lot of people are thinking and talking about, and I think that segment delivered that. There was like shades of realism in there, certainly with that this version of you can't beat this version of him. So yeah, I think it does open the door for things to just get a little bit edgier. Yeah. So Liam, shout out to you. We got the Vision coming out right now. David said, Cody, you're fired. No more podcasts for you. Is that what you thought that she would say? James, shout out to you, James Moore. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone joining us as we're already 20 minutes into this show. So yeah, new theme music for the Usos if anyone is just joining us. I guess Stephanie is the person on the phone that's trying to get in Cody's head because she's helping Randy, said Final Boomer. I think it's a great shout. I think she absolutely could be revealed to be the person on the phone. I don't know that she is the person on the phone. She's certainly an option. She's certainly an option. I mean, is she going to come back to being like, is this just a one-off for MSG? Or is she going to be revealed now to be like a permanent character that's kind of back in the mix? To be honest, if she wants to be a permanent character, she could be. You know that they would absolutely accommodate her. Okay, first street fight in more than 3 years, apparently. Let's end that poll. 53, 22, 21, 4. You lot scored that great 74. Okay, great 74. LS Dub said it was kind of hard to buy into the idea that Cody had to be reminded of how dangerous and threatening Randy is after the attack angle. Bit of a contrived miscalculation of where Cody's psyche is, says LS Dub. Triple A said, Daze, just look at Raw. Can't catch a break while I fall asleep mid-SmackDown. I'm loving Raw so much. What a start. Wrestlemania vibes all round. It was a great segment, says Triple A. Ian said, this is going to turn into a 6-man at Mania with Speed and the Usos against the Vision. Over the top goes Jey, down goes Logan, down goes Theory. So we're underway with our street fight. LA Knight sitting on commentary right now. And he was like, we'll be back, everybody. We'll be back, everybody. It's a long shot, but maybe they play into the hate on Triple and Triple H pairing. That could be somewhat interesting, says Adam. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of commercial breaks. But we've gone to commercial break, and at the moment, they're all fighting on the outsides. Okay, Logan is looking to go under the ring. The fans were chanting they wanted tables. I can't imagine that he's going to... He grabs the kendo stick. I was going to say, it's not really the heel thing to do, is it? Give the fans what they want. But he goes under there and he grabs a kendo stick. Okay, they grab a table and they put it straight back again. Classic. Classic. Matches are going to get rammed with ads tonight. We're going to have a lot of segments and promos and ad breaks, says Adam. Cooper said, didn't we just come back from commercial and already we're going back into another? It's going to be non-stop tonight. It's going to be non-stop. Okay, right now, we've got kendo sticks and they're absolutely walloping away there on Jimmy. Theory is on top of Jimmy. He's trying to choke him out. Okay. So they've both got kendo sticks at the moment. They're both yeeting, and that's drawing a reaction from the crowd. Finally, we're getting a chance to just catch our breath momentarily. Nathan said, I think I see a twist. Hear me out. What if Randy is talking to Vince, but I can't see it. No, I don't think it'd be Vince. I don't think it'd be Vince. Theory put in the has got a table. Is he actually going to set it up this time? Yeah, no, he is actually bringing a table in. Kendo stick shot there by Logan. It's a good point, actually. Someone just said, why did she slap him when he said, you're not your father either? Surely that's a compliment. I would imagine it's because just even mentioning him right now, I'd imagine, gets a reaction. Daze, I've got a question. What is on your wrestling bucket list? Mine is to attend MSG, said Bishop. Mine's to go to WWE Worlds. That's mine. With Netflix rising prices by $2, you would think they would go ad-free on Raw. They're just trying to milk this for what they can, aren't they? They're just trying to get as much out of this as possible. So, you know, they're trying to desperately just make as much money as they can. Do you remember when we first went over, we thought if it was going to be ad-free? Everyone was so excited because they all thought it was going to be an ad-free thing, but it wasn't, unfortunately. It's got about as much adverts as everything else. Oh, double trash can collision there by Logan and Theory. Kicks coming in there by the Usos. We've got a table that's set up in the corner. We've got a trash can going over the head of Logan. Jimmy and Jey, double super kicks. Logan goes down in the corner. Logan goes down in the corner. Trash can over the back. And Jimmy just trying to kind of mold that trash can because it had all been bent. Here's a kendo. Oh, it's actually cracked. You can see the trash can is actually cracked at the sides. Theory's in there and the Usos going crazy with kendo sticks right now. I'll tell you one thing this match has, and that's a real pace to it. It's a real pace. MSG is loud. MSG is kind of going crazy at the moment. That table, they're trying to set it up. The trash can's broken. The table's okay. I thought that was broke for a second. Oh, what a show. So good. Radiated Zombie said, do we ever think Vince goes into the Hall of Fame? I think he could. But I don't know if it'll be whilst he's alive. It might be in the distant future and he just kind of goes in. I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because the Hall of Fame doesn't quite feel complete if he doesn't go in. But equally, if he's going to be found guilty of all these allegations, WWE are not going to want to touch that. So here we go. We're looking for a big superplex through a table. Theory goes through a table. Holy shit. That table absolutely shattering. Yeah, I think New York's in fine voice. It's normally hot crowds. Okay, Speed is at ringside. Is that Logan Paul's mom? Shots coming in by LA Knight. Logan got handed the brass knucks. Logan trying to grab hold of Speed at the moment. Speed's being dragged over the barricades. Shots coming in there by LA Knight. Logan going into the ring post. Speed might be getting involved. Speed's got those brass knucks. LA Knight's coming over. Boom! LA Knight goes down. I don't know if he meant to do that. His reaction is kind of implying that he didn't quite mean to do it. Oh, okay. Speeds is... Oh. Well, I think Logan's going to appreciate the assistance. Here's Logan. We might be getting new champs, you know. Logan's in there with brass nuts. This is all fine and legal. It's a street fight. Here we go. Oh, it gets out the way. Super kick. Usos are a little bit up against it here. Whilst those brass knucks are in the equation. Ooh, boom, spear. Well, Logan's out the way. Are we going to go 1D? Are we going to set up 1D? Oh, we're going for a splash, an Uso splash. So Jey is going up. Jimmy is going to deal with Logan. Oh, he gets caught. That's the problem with the brass knucks in the equation. That's the problem. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Theory gets it. New tag champs. New tag champs. We said, didn't we, whilst those brass knucks are involved, whilst they're in the equation, anything can go down, and Summit did just go down. We've got new tag team champs. There we go. Logan and Theory, the new tag team champs. Right, we need to get a poll up for that match. Match score. Edward, hello. Do we see them being a part of Wrestlemania, the AAA talent? Well, I think there's a chance for Vikingo. I don't know that we need really any more than that. I think you would just want to have something as an advert. I don't think that we need loads of people. I mean, you could have a Mr. Iguana backstage. Yeah, Speed's like, no. I didn't mean that. You got to stick with us now, says Logan, because they're going to try and kill him now. You better stick with us, because they're going to try and kill you. Okay, so Theory and Logan, the new tag team champs. Speed getting involved. Clearly we're on the road to Wrestlemania with all of that. Maybe it is going to be a multi-team match. Okay, Daze, do we think that we could possibly get LA Knight against Speed happening, says Connor? Well, I mean, someone was mentioning earlier about a 6-man. You know, is it going to be Usos and LA Knight against Speed, Logan, and Theory. I mean, it could be a 6-man. I don't know that we need to have these as two separate. I don't know that we need to have these as two separate matches. Speed is joined the Vision, says Jay. That match overachieved, but for me, WWE need to retire the street fight concept, said LS Dub, because each one is a cheaper and lazier copy of the last one. The match would have been fine if there was no plunder. LS Dub, thank you. Leave him to the OTC. CM Punk gives Danhausen 20 bucks at the autograph sign-in. He did, yeah, so that he would leave him alone. That's what he's looking for, is looking to be left alone. Okay, we're just looking back at what went down at the end of last week's show. If you are just joining us, we've had a real hot start. Cody and Steph, really fantastic segment. We followed it up with a pretty fast-paced match that I don't think people are going to be down on. I don't know that people are going to really care about Speed getting involved, but it's certainly going to play to an audience, isn't it? I mean, Speed's got 100-odd million subscribers. Speed LA Knight is going to be a WrestleMania main event, said Glockness. Saints J said, I wonder how many segments they'll show from SmackDown this week. Don't know. They do love their recaps. Connor said, how do we think Brandy would have felt after Stephanie slapped Cody? Angry. Angry. I actually don't mind them bringing Brandy in for a little something. It's not what I'm really looking for, like Brandy, but I think we could dip into that. We haven't really been using Brandy too much in any stories, so I mean, it would feel quite fresh. I know she was used a lot in AEW, but we haven't really been using her. I mean, she's been part of some entrances, and she's been making the odd comment online, but, you know, after WrestleMania, I think a lot of people would be pretty down if, like, Randy did something with Brandy. You know, about a lot of people saying something similar to the Stephanie, whilst Triple H was handcuffed to the ropes, you know. Okay, Liv's coming out now. So, yes, I think she would be very annoyed. Okay, here's Liv. Actually, don't know what Liv's doing. The 2026 Royal Rumble winner. She's obviously on a collision course with Stephanie at WrestleMania. Yep. Liv Morgan live. Okay, so Liv making her way. Oh my God. Don't think that 2K version of her is very good at all. That didn't look like her when she was standing in the entranceway on that 2K thing. Okay. She's certainly not here to wrestle. She's wearing heels. I can't believe they let that Punk Logan Paul have tag titles, said Suzanne. I can't. Oh, we read that one. It's actually insulting how night and day SmackDown and Raw are, said WrestleRants. Yeah, I agree with that. Gods. Completely agree. The SmackDown team should be absolutely ashamed. I mean, I know this is Madison Square Garden, and I know that they've gone a bit bigger with this, of course. But I mean, even just weekly, even last week and the week before, Raw is so clear of SmackDown. Okay, we've still got like a couple of minutes of commercial break here. Liv is in the ring. She's just sort of blowing kisses and spitting out gum to the crowds. Dave's got a random question. Do we think we see Zilla in WWE? Yeah, I think we will. I don't think we see him at the moment. I don't expect him this side of Mania. I think if he comes in, he'll likely go to NXT first. And the reason why I say that is because he hasn't got loads of big promotion wrestling experience, to my knowledge. You know, if you think about Tamatonga, Tongaloa, Tala, you know, all of those, JC, New Japan, they all came in from New Japan. Whereas Zilla doesn't have New Japan experience. He's not in AEW. I think he's made an appearance or two in TNA. But, you know, this isn't someone that's coming in that's got a lot of big promotion experience. I mean, to my knowledge, it's just a reality of wrestling, doing stuff there and doing stuff at other indies. So I think that they would likely bring him in and want to work with him in NXT, just like they did with Solo. Don't forget, Solo went to NXT and kind of came through NXT. So if Zilla was to come in, I think they would go NXT first and work with him for a little bit and then get him ready for the main roster. I wouldn't be down on that. I think we've seen time and time again how much it hurts to have people go to the main roster that aren't ready for it. It's just not, it's not in his benefit. It's not in WWE's benefit. If there's excitement around him, brilliant. Let's bring him in and treat him right. You know, we didn't treat Jade right. We've obviously fumbled around with Austin Theory. I don't think we treated Motor City Machine Guns right. I think there's a lot of people that we've brought in and kind of not treated correctly. And I would definitely be looking at him going to NXT first. But yeah, I don't really share in the hype for him, to be honest with you. He's someone that I think we can bring in. I don't know if people would be excited about him if he wasn't part of that family. If he wasn't part of that family and he was just completely an independent wrestler, would the hype be as high? I don't know. That's one for you to wonder about. I do just question if a lot of the hype is because he is just part of that family. So yeah, if he comes in, fine. If he doesn't, fine. I'm just not bothered either way, to be honest. But if he comes in, I mean, there's enough support for him where I think it's one that people would like. Okay, we're back from commercial break, and we're going to see what Liv has got to say. Have we seen a graphic? I don't think I've seen a graphic like this. I don't think I've seen a sci-fi with a train. I don't know. Don't think so. Stephanie, Liv being promoted. Royce Keys is the male version of Jade. We brought him in and did nothing with him, said Doug Dilly. Well, here's someone else I would have got put in NXT first. Not yet. Okay, here's Liv. You're now in the presence of the greatest Royal Rumble winner. Oh, time. Okay. We're 40 odd minutes into this show. You're done for. And she says the B word. It's one thing to attack me, but to attack Daddy Dom. What are you scared of? Are you scared to be face to face? This is where I come from, says Liv. And where I come from, it's on site. Oh. Your mother. Well, New York seemed to know what was just said. I don't know what was just said. Okay, Stephanie is coming down. It was probably something very negative. Okay, Stephanie is making her way down, jumping in the ring, and these two are brawling. They're brawling. Liv throwing in some shots. I don't know where Dom is. Liv goes down. Stephanie manages to knock Liv down. Stephanie goes to the outside. Looks like she's going to grab a chair. Stephanie is... it's a different look, this, for Stephanie, isn't it? Oh, from behind! Roxanne Perez is back. She's helping Liv. Roxanne Perez jumping Stephanie. So Liv Morgan returns. Kind of like her shirt. It says Stargirl on it. Right now, we're going... Oblivion onto a chair. Stephanie is down and out, and Roxanne is back. I am so much better than you. Okay, well, there we go. No one has come to Stephanie's aid. Roxanne is back, and looks like she is still with Judgment Day. Even though Finn Balor is out and everything that's gone down, she's going to need to be brought up to speed, isn't she? She might not even know. Those windmill punches looked awful every single time. Can Roxy please just never do them again, said WrestleRants. Okay, now we're moving on to... Last week, we're just seeing what went down between Heyman and Seth. And there we go. That was last week with Seth going after Heyman. Suzanne said, no surprise. Knew she was going to show. Who do we think's going to win out of Liv and Steph? Well, to be honest, I think Steph probably needs it more because she needs some big wins on her resume. And I think there's lots of options for Liv after Mania. So I think they might go with Stephanie. Okay, we're backstage with the Vision. You've got real enemies now, Speeds. Okay, here's Heyman. Heyman's in. Relax. You're in good hands. We've got a Club WWE sticker on the TV in the background. Please take him out to dinner. That was good from Heyman. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Oh, they're going to kill him. The Usos are going to kill him. Did you ask me out on a date? Okay. So it looks like there was a message that was sent to Heyman, but Heyman did not see it. Gronk Beach. After Dark. So is this one of those club night things? But Gronk is going to be hosting. Sunday, April 19th, Tiffany, Lash, and Trick. Okay, Lyra coming out. So that means it's going to be Bayley and Lyra going after these tag titles. Did they put a sticker on the TV? They did. Trying to promote this club WWE. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, out come Bayley and Lyra then. Tag team championship match coming up. Connor said, do we think Bron Breakker Oba will be a fantastic match? Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, Oba feels like a babyface. Bron's obviously a heel. Both of them are... I mean, that could be a WrestleMania main event. Okay, Bayley and Lyra versus Irresistible Forces. I never quite know how you spell irresistible. I find it a little tricky word to remember. I think I've got that wrong. I think it's irresistible. Yeah, I do struggle with this word. Irresistible. There is a... It is all lies. Okay, that'll help. It's all lies. Apart from that E, but no. It's not all lies. There is an E. There. Irresistible. Ugh. I just have to remember there's an E in there somewhere. I never know if there's E's or A's or what the hell's going on. It still doesn't look right. Is that right? I suppose it's resist. Eyeball. Resist. Eyeball. Irresistible. Irresistible. I wonder if I can remember that. I have the same issue with the name Michael. I just never could remember if it was E-A-L or A-E-L. And then I realised that it's A-E-L. And so you do it in alphabetical order. A-E-L. And so then that helped me with the name Michael. Sometimes I was putting E-A-L. I wonder if I'm an idiot. But these are some words that I struggle with. Okay. Daze, do we think both the Bellas and Charlotte and Alexa will get involved? Well, I think there'll be outside interference. Whether it's going to be both, I'd imagine it will be. But if it's one team, two teams, 3 teams, 10 teams, I'm not sure. But it's going to be... I'm sure it's not going to be clean. We've just had new tag team champs. I don't know if we're going to get some others here. Oh, I like that gear. Channeling their inner Tiffany Strattons. Is that based on a film or something? Are people going to say, oh, they look like the girl from Mean Girls or something? They look like picnic blankets, I know that. Daze, you wrote it wrong. There is another S in there. Irresistible. There's what, 2 S's? No, I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with that. You're missing an S. I'm sticking with that. Let it go. I said I didn't know how to spell it. It's a goddamn mess. I hate this name. Has there ever been so many title changes in 1 month leading up to WrestleMania, says Toga Break. Well, we have. I couldn't tell you historically which year had the most. We have had title changes leading into WrestleManias, but I don't know, that's an interesting one. Go back and have a look at like the 3-4 months that lead up to WrestleMania and kind of see which year had the most. The best ring gear Nia has maybe ever had, said Wrestle Squatch. Matt said, as much as I'm a fan of Cody, I'm hoping that Randy gets the title at WrestleMania. I don't mind Randy getting it at Mania. Yeah, having a Randy summer. I'm okay with that. It sounds kinky, but I'm down for a Randy summer. Okay, we're just looking at what went down on SmackDown when there was lots of outside interference. I wonder why Adam asked if Heyman had checked his emails. Is that gonna hint to Brom? David said Nia and her partner are like Killer Bees 2000. Let's go. Let's go. Jumping Bomb Angels get a mention. Oh my god. When was the last time Jumping Bomb Angels got a mention on WWE TV? It's probably the flipping 1989. Michael Cole mentioning the Jumping Bomb Angels is crazy. That was not on my 2026 bingo card list. Down goes Bayley then. Right now, Nia in control. Yeah, people saying this is a very good look for them. I do like it when teams put a bit of effort into their look. Dropkick, missile dropkick there by Lyra. Daze, if we were going to change, how many world titles would we give to Randy? Oh, if I was in charge, say he wins at Mania 15, I think I'd give him 16. I wouldn't give him 17. I don't think anyone should break Cena's record. It keeps the value, says AAA. The question is, isn't it, would you have Randy beat Cena's records? I don't think I would worry about it, to be honest. I think I would just follow the stories and see where I end up. So I feel like him winning at Mania feels right. Not down on that. That would get him to 15. And then I'd just play it from there, honestly. I would just take it from there and see where we end up. Are those names on the outside of the ring? I think they are, aren't they? I've only just noticed them. On the edge of the ring. I think we've got, like, names around the outside. They've started to do that. It looks like stitching, but it's not. It's like white bits, and I'm sure they're names that people have paid for. I think it's like over $1,000 to have your name on the ring, and then they cut it up after and put it in a plaque for you. So, yeah, just underneath the ropes, which is exactly where I would have put them, actually. That's where I would have run them all around the outside. Kick coming in there by Lyra. But yes, they are, says Bishop. Into Nia. Nia goes into that commentary table. Bayley through the ropes, lands on Nia. Drop kick there by Lyra. Okay, I don't even know if we're at commercial or coming back from commercial, but either way, the action continuing. Okay, right now Lyra going over against the ropes, getting caught there by Nia. Down goes Lyra. Kick out. It's what I am thinking. Why is Nia wrestling like she just got moved up from NXT? Said Victoria. She's horrible. Lash Legend with a big chop. Okay, Legend is in there with Lyra, and it's a bit slow at the moment. Right now, she's smashing Lyra's head into those ring ropes. She's going over the other side and doing it over there. I never feel like that move looks very good, honestly. Backbreaker. Knee into the back. 1, 2. Kick out. Lyra's one of my favorites, said Coup Dancer. What else are we expecting tonight, says Corrupt DJ? Well, we've got CM Punk and Roman, so we've got that coming up tonight. Penta, Kofi for the Intercontinental belt. That's coming up tonight. Brock and Oba is coming up tonight. Finn Balor is going to address Judgment Day. We've also got that coming up tonight, so... yeah, we're done with hour number 1. We've probably got about an hour and a half left to go. Lash Legend with a stretch muffler, which looks nice, actually. She's got that in, and it looks really good. I think that looks really good. Shots coming in there by Lyra. Lash grabbing a hold of Lyra. David said she's broke her ponytail. Right now, she is grabbing Lyra. Tag being made. Nia's coming in. I wonder if there's a Becky Lynch segment. I'm not feeling her feud, but the in-ring match will be good, said Jesse. Well, there's no Becky... well, she's there because there was a picture of her backstage. So she's definitely there, but they haven't previewed a segment. But we're sure to get something. Yes, you're right. We're sure to get something. I mean, I wonder if that person under the hood was Roxanne. I wonder if that's the mystery person that arrived. Doug said Kofi and Javon were talking in the background. Does Javon get involved in the match later? Well, it'll be a hell of a change if he does. Because I think he will want to get involved because he did say in an interview last week during commercial break that he wants to be added to the IC title picture. So I can certainly see him being on commentary, being around. Maybe Kofi thinks he's going to help and he doesn't. But the word on the street is that the Intercontinental title match is going to be a multi-person match. I think Javon's going to be one of those people. Paranormal Present said, I miss Lana being put through tables. Oh my God, that was great. I missed that. That was a lot of fun every week. That was like 9 weeks in a row that Nia put Lana through tables. Looking to get her up in the air. Oh! Lyra with a counter hits DDT. Bayley on the outside, desperate for that tag. She's trying to make her way over. Tag is made. In comes Bayley. Nice. 1, 2, elbow. Kick out there by Lash. Hot tag made. Bayley's in. Lash pushes Bayley back. Big boot. Love that. Always looks good. That big boot by Lash always looks good. Leg drop by Nia. 1, 2. Bayley. Shoulder up. Bayley getting that shoulder up. Okay, we might be seeing the Annihilator. Bayley is in position and Nia is climbing up. Bayley gets up. Shot to the back. And again. Lyra on the outside. She's watching the action. Bayley's going to go for a powerbomb. Lyra pops back up. Oh, Nia into the middle. Look at the strength. Boom! Lovely work there by Bayley. Tag being made. Lyra gets in. Lyra going up. Looking for a moonsault. Connects. 1, 2. Lash makes the save. I gotta say, some of that did feel very choreographed. You've got Nia trying to scooch into a better position. Then you've got Nia sort of looking to see where's Lash. Is she coming? Like, some of the work... it might have been Nia, actually. Some of the work there from Nia just felt poor. Just, like, trying to get it scooching out. I hate that. I understand that, like, you maybe have got to do it, but
I just think it makes it look so contrived. We got the Bellas, we got Charlotte, we got Alexa. They're all coming down. No one's surprised. Okay, Charlotte making her way down, getting in the face there. What the hell is Charlotte wearing? That is a wild outfit that Charlotte's got on. Shot coming in there by Lash. Lash is grabbing. Is that Brie? Nikki. It was Nikki. Couldn't see from the front. Bayley on the edge of the ring. I gotta be honest. This is like my least favorite part of the show so far. It's just a lot of like stuff happening that I just don't care about. Down goes Lyra. That looked botchy. Charlotte gets in with a chop block. That looked rubbish. Bella sounded very predictable. And maybe we can just all move on with our lives. Okay. Let's get match score, shall we, whilst this big brawl just plays out. Charlotte's wearing the kind of outfit I'd imagine Seth Rollins would have wore early last year. It's bright. It's outlandish. The shoes are pretty wild. And I gotta tell you, man, Madison Square Garden gives absolutely no flips whatsoever. I don't think anyone in the garden cares. Everyone's just sort of sitting there, just like... This was... how do you pour cold water over a hot crowd? This crowd have been so good, so vocal. Okay, get your thoughts in. What do you think about that match? We're moving on. We're done with hour one. We're heading into hour number 2. I'm not mad as long as Bayley gets to WrestleMania, said Jesse. Could we see if Cena interferes in Randy Cody? Maybe helps Cody so Randy doesn't surpass 17, said Who You Gonna Call. I don't think so. It feels just a little bit like they've called him because tickets aren't selling. That's what the streets are saying. They've called him because ticket sales are a bit slow. So I don't think they've got these big creative plans for Cena. Okay, we've got a video package right now on Brock and Oba, so it feels like that's where we're going to next. Brock and Oba. Oba. The ruler. Let's go. Hyped for this. Hyped for this. Look at this. This was so good. Bang. To the outside, sending a message, making a statement. It's going to be a blockbuster. I like this, actually. I like these tweets that they're sharing from the WWE Universe. I think that looks really good. WrestleMania can't come soon enough. It's going to be a blockbuster. That was a really good video package, you know. Okay. WrestleMania Vegas. First hour, yeah. First hour live on both nights. So I think we're going to commercial break after that. And we might get an interview. Normally, this is where we get Byron doing Byron things. Oh no, we're getting Danhausen doing Danhausen things. You are cursed. Okay, here he is. Is he going to do another? He's been coming out doing t-shirts, hasn't he? Firing t-shirts. Have we got some different plan this time? That's a lot of humans, said Danhausen. Danhausen says hello. Very evil. Oh. Big cheer for Danhausen. Oh, okay. An announcement. Okay, so Danhausen announces they're coming back for Saturday night's main event. Oh, what is that? I mean, surely it's going to be another t-shirt cannon. Is it going to be any different? It's... Oh, wow. Well, there we go. He's just firing more t-shirts into the crowds. There were still loads in there, weren't there? He fired a couple into the crowd, but I swear there's still loads in there. And he goes the wrong way again. There we go. Danhausen doing Danhausen things. I swear there were still loads in there. He fired a couple, and then he was like, oh, I'm out of shirts. But it looked to me like there were still loads in there. Knowing Danhausen, he probably made a mistake. But he does announce that they're going back to Madison Square Garden on July 18th for Saturday night's main event. The last rumor is Gunther, Rob Van Dam. What do we think about that? Said who we're going to call. Well, I wouldn't be down on that if he did an open challenge and they're showing that clip now. I wouldn't be down on that if they did that match. I don't know that that's what we're getting. I feel like surely Ilya Gunther is more likely. But, yeah, I wouldn't be against it. I don't know in what condition Rob Van Dam's in. Oof, you lot did not enjoy that match. That women's match came out as good 74. It feels like an insult to even say it was good. 26% of you said that was bad. I got to agree, man. I think it was a real flat part of the show. Felt a long way away from the Cody Steph stuff that opened up the show, and it feels a long way away from the segment we're getting now, because the segment we're getting now is the Beasts. Brock Lesnar. Oh, he's in wrestling gear. Brock Lesnar's in wrestling gear. Brock Lesnar comes walking out. He's here for a fight, man. He's ready to throw down. Guys, oh my God, tag match. Tag match. It's going to be Heyman and Lesnar. This is Madison Square Garden. We don't mess around. The Beast is ready to go. You know Heyman's always ready to go. This is so big. Who's he facing? He's going to murk someone, isn't he? He's gonna mess someone up. He's here to remind the worlds. He's here to remind the worlds. Brock never wrestles on Raw, said Ant B. Ballin. Well, seems like he is feeling a little bit different about that today. Ober chance. Who's going to be the victim? We're going to have a victim. Heyman in the ring then. My name is Paul Heyman. I am the advocate for the baddest dude on the face of the planet. You always know when it's a big Raw because green shirt guy is in the front row, and next to him, the real leader of the WWE Universe, Trinidad flag guy, right next to him, front and center. Okay, we got more Ober chants. More Ober chants. I'm out here tonight. Okay. So Heyman just wants to let Obafemi what is going to await him. Brock Lesnar was distracted 2 weeks ago and was caught off guard. So what's the excuse going to be for last week? Last week, here we go. Yeah. He wasn't dressed to fight. He wasn't dressed to fight. That was the problem. He just wanted a conversation. You know what Brock's like. He's a big talker. He's a big conversationalist. He loves a bloody good conversation. He likes to get down to a damn good chat. But this week, he's in fight mode. Oh, enough. Good. I agree. Enough. Brock says, Obafemi, get your ass out here right now. Adam Pearce is here to pee on our chips. And I don't like chips covered in pee. Not anymore. Adam Pearce is here with a load of security guards, but not as many as I wanted, really. I was looking for like 200. We got about 5. Please leave the ring, says Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce deserves to be beaten up right now. Okay, here we go. Here's the ruler. Here is the ruler. This is like a battle of stationery. We've got the ruler
And also, Ober's going to be the eraser. Because he's going to erase Brock Lesnar from WWE. Here he is. Loud Ober chants. Loud Ober chants. I like the pause. Into the walk. Yeah, and that's the walk, isn't it? Yeah? It's not this. It's not Thomas the Tank Engine. Let me know. Ober making his way down to the ring. Intense. Dramatic. Crazy aura. They might as well call him Aura. Aura Femi. Aura Femi. Big boot. Double clothesline. Security guards getting murked. We needed 200. Oh my God, that one just went flying. Jesus. That's how we're going to deal with the oil crisis. If you want to go flying, give Ober a call. Off you go. Brock in the ring. Ober on the outside. Fans are cheering and chanting. Yeah, Madison Square Garden is alive. Madison Square Garden in fine voice. New York City is bouncing. King Kong and Godzilla are about to collide. Circling around the outside. This is a page from the Brock Lesnar book. This is what Lesnar does. Circle round the outsides. Circle round the prey. Ober jumps up. Big cheer. I don't know why Paul Heyman's still in that ring. Ober steps inside. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, mate. Look, this is perfect. This is perfect. Madison Square Garden chanting, holy shit. As Ober and Brock start to approach each other. Size-wise, there's not much between them. Oh, well, there is something about to get between them. Triple H gets in. Triple H getting in. He's got a bad heart. Look, he's having a word there with Brock. Can easily push him out the way. Oh, and again, look, Triple H trying to get between them. Fans are chanting, let them fight, let them fight. Heyman doesn't know what to do. Heyman's like... oh, it's so good. Push him over. He's just an old man these days. Oh, mate. Brock jumps out the ring. Brock jumps out the ring. Yeah, Triple H is like, look, this is where it happens. Brock with the ring steps. Triple H just letting them both know it doesn't go down here. It goes down at WrestleMania. I'm going to end you. I'm going to end you, says Brock. Yeah, man. Ober didn't flinch. Ober did not flinch. What a great segment. Great segment. Oh, not for this guy. Not for this guy. Oh, my God. F5. F-A. F5. Yeah. Bad segment for him and his family. R.I.P. And Brock walks away. F.A. F5. Ober in the ring. Ober should do it to Triple H now. We'd have the biggest babyface of all time. That's a missed opportunity, that is Ober. You had a great opportunity then.
The amount of people that were praying for him to respond by murking Triple H. I love how Triple H is like, man, everyone's loving this Brock Ober thing. They're absolutely all over it. I know what I need to do. I need to get myself involved. I've got to find a way of getting in the middle of this. There's not enough me involved. There should be more me. That's what he was thinking as he was eating his Sunday dinner. Great segment. We need a segment score, don't we? We need a goddamn segment score. Do we think Brock will be a long match? Well, I think they should give it some time. I mean, obviously, there's going to be big aura farming entrances. But, yeah, no, I mean, even for Ober, this should be a challenge. I mean, there's not really anyone more physically imposing than Brock Lesnar, so I certainly wouldn't be giving Ober like an easy win here. If he's going to get it, he's going to have to earn it, but you know, Brock matches never go 20-odd minutes, so yeah, it's going to be, I'd imagine like 11 minutes type thing is what I've got in my mind. 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes. Some work on the outside, commentary table, spots, timekeeper's area spot, big power spots, you know, Ober picking up Brock. Do you know what I mean? Lots of power move stuff like that. I wouldn't have him go in there and bang 5 seconds later it's done, or 2 minutes later it's done. I'd give it that amount of time. So yeah, I'd try and treat it as much as possible like a normal match. I think if Ober gets the win, it's going to be more satisfying if it shows that Brock was there. You know, you didn't just beat Brock, you beat a Brock that was well in the fight. Because if he beats him quick, you might get like, oh, he jumped him. You might get excuses, you know. I'm sure you'll get excuses anyway, but Penta making his way down, right? Penta making his way down. Paranormal Presence said, why do they keep calling it the main event of WrestleMania? WWE like to have several main events of WrestleMania, and the point that Heyman has made is that this is the main event in the sense of, if you are in the match with Brock, the person that beat The Undertaker, right, the one behind 21-1, you are in the main event. This match is so big, doesn't really matter where it is on the cards. This is a key match at WrestleMania. It is a main event. Not interested in where they actually put it. This is a massive match. So, you know, it's WWE doing what they should do, and that is promoting. And you know how WWE like to make out that if you're the first match, oh, that's a massive honor, you know? If you're facing Brock, it's a massive honor. If you close in night 1, it's just the same as closing night 2. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, according to WWE, there's about 8 or 9 main events. So a lot of people would say it's just the 2 matches at the end, with night 2 being the bigger of the 2. WWE don't really subscribe to that. They want everything to feel big and special. So I don't believe it to be anything more than that. Brock Ober has got a big match feel, said Ampy, but oh, absolutely. Of course. Brock and Ober. Get your scores in for that segment. Very good. Very firm. It's gonna suck at Mania to see the match in the light. Bad part about it being in Vegas, it won't get dark till the last match. Do you know, Comrade, that's a really good point, because I thought that was a real factor at WrestleMania 31. I thought it was a real factor. I think at WrestleMania 31, we really suffered with certainly Sting having his entrance in the daylight. That would have been so much better if he'd have had his entrance and it was dark. Kofi was coming down, so yeah, that could play a part.
Same with Undertaker. We did Undertaker Bray, and I think it was still quite light. Penta in the ring, Kofi coming down. He's got Grayson with him. We are an hour and a half into the show. It's absolutely flying. It's really enjoyable. We've had some big segments. I thought Kofi was a bit too busy trying to recruit Javon. Well, we've already seen him trying to do that backstage. So he has already done a little bit of that tonight. Waller's looking fire, said Shining Wizards. Connor said, is Oba Femi the current favourite to win? I haven't actually seen a list of favourites. I've seen some favourites for title matches. I haven't seen favourites for... Oh, look, there we go. Now they're showing the names. That's good for those people, isn't it? Quite big, actually. From here, they look quite big. It's expensive to do, though. So they're just showing the names around the outside of the ring. We just had a little word from Finn Balor. He said that I was responsible for creating you, and now I'm responsible for destroying you. He's going to destroy him at WrestleMania. The graphic is out there. We've got the graphic. There it is. Dominic Finn officially set for WrestleMania. So I don't know if we're a bit pushed for time. I don't know if that's just it for the Finn segment tonight. That was what we got just before commercial break. We went to a commercial break. Now we're underway with Penta and Kofi. RTX said Brock versus Oba. What about an Iron Man match? I don't think that's really what they would specialize in. These are two big guys, powerful guys. I'm not sure that they're cardio, you know. I think an Iron Man match is more for your AJ Styles, your Johnny Gargano, your Ilya Dragunov. You could maybe get away with it with Gunther as well. I always think an Iron Man match is more to do with who can out-wrestle the other person. I don't think Oba Brock is based on wrestling. It's a brawl. It's power. It's chucking people around. It's some people thinking it's just going to be short. So, not sure the Iron Man kind of fits for me. 1, 2, kick out. David said Speed was going to do a Logan Mom reveal at Mania. Yeah, we got a Logan Mom reveal tonight, didn't we? Big shot coming in there by Penta. Let's get rid of the poll so we don't have confusion. Okay, so that segment, we got loads of feedback for the breakdown. This is great. I like doing this, actually. I don't know why we've not been scoring segments. I think because I'm really bad at what I do. But it is good, actually, to get a read of what people thought about the segments, the promos. I think we're going to keep doing that. Nice double knees. One, two. That actually delivered a great 72. So according to you guys, it was only a couple of % lower from Cody Steph. Both of them in the great 70 range. So opening segment and that last segment really well received. Penta going in the corner, Kofi charging over, Penta moving out the way, top rope enziguri. Penta coming in, going up, handstanding. Down he comes onto Kofi. 1, 2, Kofi kicks out. Kofi kicks out. Could Oba squash Brock like Goldberg did? Well, he could. Yes, he could. Z Smoke said, the names are on the ring. What's that for? Oh, it's people can purchase that. You can pay money. It's over $1,000, or I think it is for the WrestleMania option. They're going to do it at Mania. They're doing it tonight at MSG as well. I don't know if they'll do it every week, but you can purchase it, and it's expensive. It's like, as I said, Mania is like $1,000 odd. I don't know how much it is for this. Kick coming in. Against the ropes goes Penta. Oh, back body drop on the hardest part of the ring as well. Penta goes down to the outsides. Grayson Waller coming round, having a word. Grayson Waller is looking good. Looks like we're going to go commercial break. Made by Dawn said they'll never make Oba squash Brock. Remember, Republican. Radiated Zombie said it's crazy that WWE has some of the best wrestlers in the world, but their promo segments are even better than the in-ring work. They need to improve matches. Rapture said, do we think the curse will hurt Grayson by having him either make Kofi lose the match or get kicked out? Well, I've got to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of these curses just sticking around, hanging around. I think it makes it hard to book. I think it should be that he curses them and then they have something go wrong and that's it. I don't think it should be week after week after week after week after week after week until they get uncursed, because we're going to find times where that's just not going to work, you know? We're going to start questioning, like, hang on, I think, didn't it already happen with Dom? Like, Dom got cursed, but he was able to get a win in AAA the other day. So then we're like, well, maybe it doesn't work in Mexico and all that. But the truth is that it's just hard to book, isn't it? It's going to be hard to remember everyone that's been cut. I think we're up to like 5 or 6 different people now. So just, yeah, it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? It's just a bit of fun. So we probably shouldn't overthink it. But for me, I think it would just be a lot cleaner if he curses you, something goes wrong, that's it, end of the curse. But they're trying to show that for The Miz, it sticks around. But I don't think they're really... I don't know that they're necessarily doing that with Dominic or Grayson. They're trying to kind of show it with Speed. Speed's been having some stuff go wrong with his stream and it's been sticking around. But again, you know, already we're running the risk of a bit of inconsistency with it. Kofi picks up Penta, slams him down. Splash down there by Kofi. 1, 2, we're at commercial break. Kick out by Penta. Big Time said we need to bring back house shows because the sloppy wrestling that we're getting is gaining more and more traction. Yes. I think even WWE wrestlers have said that, yes. Rapture said, do we think if after Oba beats Lesnar and it's just Lesnar in the ring, that Gunther's music could play and they do a stare down? Don't know. I'm not envisaging that. I think it'd be a bit early to build that. I would say no. Kofi with a big right hand. Okay, we're just coming back from commercial break. Jesse said, I'm excited for Jacob versus Drew, Cody versus Randy, Oba versus Brock, and I'd like to see Gunther, but not him retiring Ray. They should just drop the career killer thing. He's the ring general, and that is good enough. I agree. Tony said, I could see Gunther coming out. Boomers TV said, Miz versus Danhausen at WrestleMania. Okay, right now we got Kofi throwing Penta over against the ropes. Kick to the back. Corey said, if people have too much money and they don't know what to do with it, they can pay me $300 and I'll write their name on my shirt and I'll send them their name after work. Oof. Here we go. 1, 2. Kick out by Penta. It's Dom that has to retire Ray, said Tony. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would really agree with that. Well, I don't know that they were planning on having Gunther retire Ray. I don't know that that was the plan. I think the plan was a match. I don't know that it was going to be a retirement match. I haven't actually heard that anywhere. Fireflies are out. Kofi going for the cover there of Penta. Penta kicks out. So, lights are out, fireflies are out. Grayson just kind of puts Penta back in the ring. Grayson's listening to Kofi there. I've got him, dummy. We've got some dissension between Kofi and Grayson. Penta is against the commentary table. Kofi goes over the top, gets caught. Gets caught. Kofi, boom, onto the commentary table. Kofi goes down. Oh, you don't need me. Well, I think you might have needed me. And just as he was saying that, as a Mexican destroyer to Grayson, Kofi getting back in the ring. Penta climbing up. Oh, big kick by Kofi. I wasn't expecting that. 1, 2, Kofi. Ah. Yeah, there's a shoulder up there by Penta. Penta's done well to kick out of that, you know. He's done well to kick out of that. Connor said, do we think that Finn Balor will probably have time to bring back the demon? Well, there doesn't appear to be any movement on that this week. I think we might have had all of the Finn Balor that we're going to get. I mean, we've only got, about 50 minutes left of this show. So I think we've probably had all the Finn Balor that we're going to get. But shots coming in there by Penta. Oh, down goes Kofi. Penta looking for a destroyer. But there's still a few weeks, of course. We've still got time for him to say he's going to bring the demon. Penta picks up the win. Penta is victorious. Okay, Penta retains, but it feels like the big talking point is the dissension between Kofi and Grayson. Mexican destroyer to Grayson, which didn't look the best, but the match was okay. Okay, Jackie's going to get in the ring and have a word with Penta. Jackie looks nice. Is Javon going to come down? This is where we may get Javon interrupts. I spoke to Adam Pearce at Wrestlemania. It's going to be a ladder match. Okay, ladder match. Love it. I wanted one ladder match somewhere. I would have personally done it with the women's tag titles. But, yeah, this has come up in conversation a few times about, you know, could it be for one of the mid-card belts? They've decided to do it for the Intercontinental, and I'm not down on that. There's lots of people that can go after it. Penta, ladder match. Kelly, hello. Hope you're well. Shout out to you. Okay, we're backstage with Heyman and Adam Pearce. Where's Brock? The Beast has left. Did you see that email? Okay. Neil, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it, buds. Okay. Have you seen this email? All right, Heyman's going back out there. I want to know what's in this flipping email. Club WWE. Let's go. If you join Club WWE, you can go on dates with the wrestlers. So good. Who's Paul Heyman on the phone talking to, says Connor. Who's Penta fighting in the ladder match, says Luke. There's questions everywhere right now. That email is like the phone call. We won't ever find out. What's in the email? Oh my God. So there we go. Saturday night's main event is heading to MSG on July 18th. I can't be in WWE Club. I'm banned, said Akeem. That's probably for the best, to be honest. I did ask that they banned you. Hello, Dave. How you doing, well, buds? Dave in real life. Shout out to you, my friends. Oh, hello. We got Dominic. Dominic coming out. So we are going to get a little bit of Dominic. A little bit of Dirty Dom. Booze. I should be standing here. Still your Intercontinental Champion. Okay, so thanks to Finn twice. You cost me Finn Balor. But at WrestleMania, there's only going to be one man standing tall. And that's Dominic Mysterio. That's it. Short and sweet. You cost me my title. At WrestleMania, I'm going to stand tall. Okay, Daze, do we think that we get some qualifying matches for Penta's championship? That's a good question, actually. I suppose they could do it that way. I'd imagine they're going to need to try and get 5 people into it. So qualifying matches could be a direction. I'd imagine Javon will be in there. I would definitely be expecting that. I wonder if, like, Grayson and Kofi will still stay in the mix. Plus, also, where you've got the likes of Penta, you're probably going to get, like, maybe a Dragon Lee going in. I don't think he's got anything at the moment. So it's going to be that mid card, isn't it? Okay. Bron Breakker. Well, yes, it would feel like that now, wouldn't it? It would feel like Bron Breakker now. We've got Heyman in the ring. That's sure to bring out Seth. And is this where now we bring back Bron Breakker? Okay, the light just dipped out there momentarily. That's pretty fun. Oh. In the words of the late, great Howard Finkel. Love that. Love that. So, Heyman just saying and new, because obviously we've got new tag team champs, The Vision. I tried to give back to the community. I tried to give you Brock Lesnar versus Obafemi. Yeah, he's not a fan of Adam Pearce, is he? Oh, here's Adam. Maybe Adam's going to reveal what was in that email now. I have tried. I've tried to help you a couple of times tonight. Yeah, have you checked your email? There's nothing you can tell me that I don't already know. Okay, apparently Boston have dropped all charges against Seth. He didn't know that. I'm the last promoter standing from the 1990s, the last manager from the 80s. I am in the ring. ECW chants. All right, Seth is medically cleared as well. Love the facial reaction there by Heyman. Oh, an even better facial reaction. Seth Rollins medically cleared. Okay, and they've got the music back for him as well. He still doesn't come out that way, though. Seth from behind, all in black. The music playing. Chair shot, boom! Once again, chair to the back. Heyman goes down. And Heyman's in big, big trouble. The Vision have gone out, haven't they, with Speeds to dinner. We're going to get another stomp unless someone can stop Seth. Here we go, big cheer. I think there's going to be some movement. Bang! From behind. Oh! Gunther! I wasn't expecting that. I really thought this is where Braun was going to reappear, but Gunther! Oh my God! Oh my God! Gunther's choking out Seth? Go to sleep? Oh my God! Yeah, Matt, he's putting him out. He's putting him out. Wow, we have not seen Gunther. Mate, this is a big shock. Points at WrestleMania. So perhaps Braun's not going to be ready? The buzz was that Braun was back doing like training. We were heading to Braun Seth. I had no doubt. Look at it. Oh my God, there's blood. I don't know where that's come from. I don't know how he's done that. I think that's going to be a big surprise to a lot of people, you know. It's a big surprise to me. Oh my God, now we've got a Gunther Heyman. Gunther is a Heyman guy. Does Heyman even know? Was this part of the plan? Or is this just how Gunther's going to get himself to WrestleMania? I've got so many questions. I've got a lot of questions. Wow. Let's get a poll. Another segment score. See what the streets are saying, and you lot of the streets. Right, we've gone to commercial break. Yeah, honestly, big rumors and thoughts that that this was going to be Braun. I suppose it can still be Braun. I mean, we can still do some twists and turns, but I don't know. I mean, it feels very like Seth Gunther. I'm not down on Seth Gunther. I'm not down on that match at all. I mean, that would be an absolute banger. Surely Gunther's got to win. I mean, this is a Gunther that beat John Cena. This is a Gunther that's retired Cena, retired AJ. If he's going to take on Seth, he cannot lose at WrestleMania. He lost last year to Jey. He's got to win. Well, damn. Yeah, man. I didn't see that coming, and that was very satisfying. I love it when, like, we don't quite see it coming. I didn't see that coming. I'm happy to hold my hands up to that. Okay, here's Raquel. I want to hear the story behind this before I judge it. But what would be the context, said Wrestle Russ? Well, I think the context would be that you back Heyman into a corner and he's going to react. If Heyman's in a corner and he's being threatened, he's gonna come up with a solution. He doesn't have the vision. He can't rely on Brock because as soon as Brock's segment's done, he always leaves. I mean, if it turns out that he has reached out to Gunther as an insurance policy, you know, I'm going to go to the ring. I'm going to talk about Seth. Chances are he's going to come to the ring. If he does, I want you to attack him. Seth does not have an opponent for WrestleMania, neither do you. I will be in your corner. I can take you places that you've not yet been. I can get you to the night 2 of WrestleMania. I can get you that WWE Championship. You are the most destructive force in WWE. You should be aligned with me. I think we can get to that comfortably. Equally, it could be that Heyman had absolutely no idea and Gunther's just took it upon himself to attack Seth, knowing that he does not have a WrestleMania match. Neither of them do, and this is going to get him there. So I think there's a few directions you can take it, but 2 massive stars without a Mania match, putting them both into the same match. Not down on that. Sparta Crow said Braun is going to cost Seth at Mania. It's a good shout. It's a good shout. That would give Gunther the win. It would give Gunther the win, and it would. I just want to get the. Oh, there we go. It would give Gunther the win, but it would also protect Seth. So Seth medically cleared. I mean, that's a great announcement. Gunther and Seth. Oh my God, there is going to be so much to break down on the breakdown. This breakdown's going to take flipping forever. This is definitely a show that you know, of course, do not want to miss. I always kind of think when it comes to trying to score Raws, if someone was to come up to me after and go, did I miss much? If the answer is, oh my God, tons, you know, what didn't you miss? I think that's always a good indicator of like a show that was well worth it, well worth tuning in for. And that is exactly what this show is. It's a show that was well worth tuning in for. If you bought your ticket to this one, I don't think you was going to be disappointed I can't imagine many leaving Madison Square Garden this evening disappointed, thinking they wasted their time. Right, we got Iyo and Raquel. We're going to have to end this poll, otherwise some might get confused. There is so much going on. I can't even leave polls up very long. Get your thoughts in for that segment. We got to end this poll very quickly. The show has been really solid beside that women's tag match, said Brony. That had zero excitement. I couldn't care less about it. I agree. Yeah, that was the low point for me as well. Right now, Raquel in control. Oh, lovely work there by Iyo. That was smart. Going over against the ropes. Cartwheel, backflip, charging into... Oh, collides into Raquel. Drop kick. Okay, we're done with the second hour now. We are done with hour number 2. Let's have a look, shall we, at the score for that segment. 57. 14. That is great 71. Yeah, man, people love that. Great 71. So we had Brock Ober, great 72. Gunther, Seth, great 71. Still the highest scoring segment was Cody and Steph at the start at great 74. But they're all very, 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 very close. Very, very close. Okay, Raquel then is battling away with Iyo. And she's grabbing Iyo. Getting her up. She's looking for that Tahana bomb. No joy at the moment. She can't get it. She's looking to pick her up again. Iyo is up. She's gone for an armbar. Iyo transitions into an armbar. Right now, powering up. Lovely work on the feet. Iyo with a big forearm shot. Mate, that boot was brutal by Raquel. Absolutely brutal. She's looking to get her up. Looking for a... Looked like she was going for a buckle bomb, but a nice counter there by Iyo, and Raquel goes to the outside. Daze, I just saw a comment on Twitter. Gunther does this as a favor for Heyman. Part of that is that he then gets Brock at SummerSlam, said Macarice. That's interesting. Okay, we're going to commercial break. Daze, are we looking forward to Roman Punk promo? Yes, I think it's going to struggle, though, to reach the level of the segments we've had so far. Mate, if they could get SmackDown to even be remotely close to the quality of Raw, we'd be in such a great place. Fall away slam there by Raquel. Iyo down. We haven't seen Punk Roman yet. This show would be, I would say, is very much delivered. I am sports entertained, said Wrestle Rants. Against the ropes goes Raquel. Elbow drop. 1, 2, Raquel going for the cover kick out. Okay, so right now, Raquel grabbing Iyo. Iyo is down. Oh, got $1 million dream in. $1 million dream being applied. Back elbow coming in there by
Iyo. Iyo is charged down. I love the rah-rah speech, the kind of, I'm the last manager from the 80s, I'm the last promoter from the 90s. That was really good. What are they going to do that's going to be so impactful tonight that's going to put like a big exclamation point on this? I mean, I feel like it's got to be a segment at least equal to the Open, you know? Can't end this show with a whimper. What are they going to do, though? Raquel in the middle of the ring with Iyo, and Iyo gets slammed down. 1, 2, kick out there by Iyo. Raquel being quite slow, methodical. The fans obviously not massively into this. I mean, it's hard to get out there and follow that segment we just had. I mean, that was a massive, massive step towards WrestleMania, and basically another match out of nowhere being added. It has been another solid Raw this week, said Austin. Maybe not the best of 2026, but I've enjoyed it. Especially Gunther being Seth's opponent. That was a nice surprise. Will CM Punk get revenge for Roman? Because Roman put Punk through that table last week. Well, we need something. We're going to need something. This is obviously how we're going to be ending the night, and it needs to be something that's equal to the other great segments that we've had. Iyo going to the outsides. Raquel backing up a little bit. Iyo springboards, drop kick, down goes Raquel. Iyo with the emotes, and the fans are cheering, the fans are loving it. Iyo trying to get the crowd fired up. Iyo charging in, double knees. Double knees by Iyo. She's going for over the moonsault. She's looking to put her away. Iyo goes up. She's perched. Iyo moonsaults. Feet up. Going for the cover. Raquel. 2. No. Kick out, but only just. Kick out and only just. This match carrying, I'm surprised actually. How much time are they going to leave us? I thought that was going to be it. I thought it was going to be over the moonsault. Thought Iyo would get the win. Shots coming in there by Iyo. Matteo said they need more captivating segments. Way better match quality on SmackDown. Stomp there by Iyo. Iyo collapses onto Raquel. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, Kairi's coming down. Kairi's coming down with Asuka. I think Asuka's trying to make Kairi interfere. Kairi on the outsides. Oh, big boot. Raquel with a big boot. Iyo. 1, 2. No, only a 2. Raquel charging over. Well, we had some outsides interference there by Kairi, but she didn't really do anything because she didn't want to do anything. Right now, gets caught into a DDT. Asuka and Kairi are both, I think, down on the outside. I don't know if Asuka's going to get involved. Charging over. Double knees there by Iyo. On the outside, we do have Asuka with Kairi. Iyo might have a choice that she needs to make here. Yeah, Iyo goes out. Suicide. Did she fall a little short?
The camera angle made it look like she got something, but I don't know if she just fell a little bit short if we was to see a different angle there. Iyo is saying to Kyrie, I did this for you. Kyrie doesn't know what to do. Raquel's going to capitalize. Oh, we're going to get a Tahana bomb. 1, 2, 3. Bella sounded. Matches won. It was all a little flat, to be honest with you. It's a win for Raquel. Let's get the score for that match. Is that another match that suffered from the lack of house shows? Huh? So we've what? So we've already done the qualifying matches. We just didn't know. So it's going to be JD, Rusev, Javon, and Ray Phoenix. Is that? Oh, is that Dragon Lee? I think it's Dragon Lee, isn't it? Finn and Dominic. They're just running down the cards. Yeah, they're just running down the WrestleMania card right now. Okay, get your scores in for that last match. Okay, yeah, John Cena announcing is the host. They're just playing that. That was earlier today. That's in the latest unseen. The rumor around this town is that WrestleMania needs a host. So I will see you at WrestleMania, says John, and there's the graphic. John Cena returns, but not in the ring. Well, I'm sure he will be in the ring. I'll be surprised if he doesn't get in the ring at all. Okay, Roman, Punk, our final segment coming up. Iyo said, Daze, what do we think that... oh, yeah, apparently thus far for that Fields. Might even be some more that get added to that ladder match. Thus far. Okay, we've gone back to commercial break. Okay. What do we think we're going to do for the thumbnail? I've just done it, actually, as I've been sat here talking and watching that match. I've just made it. I've gone with Gunther and Seth. I think there was lots of options, but I think a lot of people would like to know, oh, listen, what we're about to get could be the biggest thing. So I've gone a little bit early with it, but I think it's good to kind of just get it done. Sometimes don't get a chance to do it before we start. Okay, we're just hearing, I think, from Vic Joseph. He's just talking about tomorrow, because tomorrow we're in... Here's Javon. Javon, the young OG. Hey, New York, I'm going to WrestleMania, says Javon. I'm going to WrestleMania! He is, man. He's going to show up and show out, isn't he? I'm going to WrestleMania! And he hasn't got to spend thousands and thousands and thousands to do it. What a life this young man is living, eh? I'm going to WrestleMania! She would say have fun. And 2, be safe. The young OG is ready. I'm going to WrestleMania! This boy is bouncy! He's going to WrestleMania! Young OG is very excited. Daze is going to WrestleMania! Daze, it's NXT. It's on at 7:30 tomorrow. Is that 30 minutes early? Oh, not that I'm aware of. Is that what it just said? I was too busy getting hyped with Javon. As far as I know, it's just on at its usual time. Oh, Seth is peeved off. At WrestleMania! Well, there we go. It's official. That is official. Jackie can't believe it. She is open-mouthed. Right, here we go. Roman. The OTC. Daze, could Danhausen get added to the ladder match and curse someone? I guess that means no Ilya unless Seth calls him for a favor. What does that mean for Ilya? We still don't know what's happening with the extra names potentially being added to Sammy and Trick. At the moment, they're just saying it's those two, but are they really not going to have Carmelo involved? And if you add Carmelo, are you adding Ilya? Okay, is this double denim Roman? Is this Roman double denim? Isn't that what Canadians wear? I thought they wore double denim. I can't tell if it's double denim. How are we feeling about this look? Do we acknowledge people that wear double denim? I think it is. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I've not kept up with the latest fashion. Is this on trend? Is this on fleek? I don't know how I'm meant to feel. Oh, I'm very concerned. I don't think I can acknowledge someone that wears double denim. It's a bit like acknowledging someone that wears, like, socks and sandals. And there's a lot of people these days that wear sliders and socks, and I think that's just as bad. Used to be a big faux pas when I was a kid. You didn't do it. You didn't do it, but these kids now, they don't care about the rules. They're rewriting the rules. I can't wait for the Mattel figure. Double denim Roman. Yes. Yes. I'll buy the figure. Yeah, look, people are still acknowledging. I think that is so brave. I think it's so brave. I think it's brave of people to still acknowledge someone that's wearing double denim. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't lower my standards that far. Roman on the edge of the ring, looking out at the crowds. People are looking at him in tears, remembering what they used to have. Remembering the good times, remembering the tribal chief. And now all we've got is this guy. Looks like his name's Colin. Looks like he works in IT and is just a day off. This is Colin. He's still a fun guy. But he's no tribal chief. Okay. It's going to be ugly, says Darren. Double D's to the sky. The house that Bruno built. Oh my God. Oh my God. The house that Bruno built. Yes. It is. It is. I mean, not literally. The house that Bruno built. God, we've had a Jumping Bomb Angels mention and a Bruno Sammartino mention. WWE have rediscovered their history. It's exciting, isn't it? Are people going to start chanting personal shopper? Personal shopper. That's what he needs. He needs a personal shopper. Someone that can maybe pick items out for him so he's not left to his own devices. This is so brave of New York. They're chanting Roman Reigns. They are looking past the double denim. This is so brave of MSG. These are real fans. These are real Roman Reigns fans. Oh, there is a CM Punk chant that's broken out, though. There is a CM Punk chant. If he comes out in double denim, I'm turning this off. Roman looking out at the crowds. He's got a microphone in his hands. I think he's going to say he's sorry. OTC. I like his watch. It's nice. New York City. New York City. Acknowledge me. New York City, acknowledge me. Here's Punk. Here's Punk. Here's Punky Punk. Oh, if he's wearing socks and sandals. Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, CM Punk's not messing around. CM Punk just quite quickly making his way down to the ring. Oh, in the ring and we're underway. They're brawling. We're brawling. They're brawling. We're getting straight at it. Roman takes the jacket off. He's no longer double denim. That's the OTC that I know. Against the ropes. Oh, did he even know what he was doing then, Roman? Came off the ropes. He was like all arms and legs. It was like a monkey spider. Roman over the top to the outside. We're brawling. We're getting into it. The time for talking done. Roman face first into the commentary table. Punk, bang. Jab coming in. And again, Roman against the ring posts. We're bringing people down. Adam Pearce is down. Shane Helms is down. Jason Jordan's down. The commentary table's being stripped. Roman over by the ring. Punk comes over. Big shot there by Roman. And again. Punk on wobbly legs. Roman grabbing him. Oh, Roman is lashing out to all the officials. Pearce is screaming stop. Clearly not going to work as Punk might be going for a ride. Doesn't go for a ride. Instead, Roman on the shoulders of Punk. Oh my God, these Zebros really do not like each other as Roman. Spear! Spear! Punk comes in. GTS is going to go for it. Oh, he gets it. Oh, he looked really good as well. That GTS looks so good. CM Punk looks up at that Wrestlemania sign. Roman Reigns is down. CM Punk chants ringing around Madison Square Garden. Yeah, Punk on top, man. Punk on top. Punk looking over at the commentary table. Okay. He's acting like he's going to walk away, but I ain't buying it. No, I was right to not buy it. Yes, I was right to not buy it. Shots coming in. I don't think anyone was buying it. We were all in the not buying it boat. CM Punk has got Roman up, looking for a powerbomb. Roman going for a ride. Commentary table breaks. Cole says this is carnage. Powerbomb through the table. Punk takes off his top. Oh, he's all fired up. And he is all fired up. Punk cross legs. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Oh my God. This is a bad week for the Roman fans. This is a bad week for the Roman fans. CM Punk not only on top, but mocking the OTC. Mocking. We've had mockage. We've had full-blown mockage. I'm sorry if the truth hurts some of the people that are out there. I'm sorry if some of those just cannot accept what is right in front of them. And it is as simple as, if you come down in double denim, you are going to get marked. You are going to be embarrassed. You are already embarrassing yourself. And CM Punk has come down and just proven that point once again. It's a story as old as time. It never ceases to be true. We knew from the second we saw Roman, this was not going to be his week. And so it proved. Let's get Paul. What did people think about that final segment? It was short. CM Punk standing on the barricade, his arms outstretched, looking out to the New York fans as the show fades away. Did we just watch a show? Was it just a memory? We'll never know. As the show fades to black. Wow. Fireworks. Did we notice how all the Roman fans were crying when they didn't get what they wanted? Well, I mean, where's it going to go? Where is it going? Roman's had weeks where he's on top. Punk's now had a week where he's on top. No Usos, which was a little bit of a shame, but I suppose they're obviously still reeling from losing those tag belts. But yeah, I'm okay with it. We've seen weeks where Roman's got the better. We've seen, which was last week. This week, Punk gets the better. It's back and forth. It keeps us guessing. There was no Usos, says Akeem. I think what we can say is we went into this show with a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of goodwill, a lot of good vibes. We were talking about how there was a lot of positivity around before the stream started because we knew this could deliver. We knew there was an opportunity for this to really, tickle our taints. And I think there's been a lot of taints that have been tickled this evening. Not just by William Hensey, but by Triple H as well, and the Raw creative team. CM Punk gets the better of Roman Reigns. I'm quite happy that my thumbnail and everything is Seth and Gunther. I think that was still probably bigger. It was fine as an ending. It was fine. Although not for Maggie. Maggie says, I am peed off. I am going to smash something. Well, Maggie, if you're going to smash something, I'd recommend it's the 100 meters records, because at least something constructive can come out of it. Never mind, Roman, revenge is sweet when it counts. The Denim Destroyer shall return, Maggie. Come on. Embracing the double denim. I love that. I love that. Maggie, shout out to you. CT Dingo said it didn't really do it for me, that one. The story itself just doesn't really excite me. The match is being carried by the star power, but I did enjoy the rest of the show. Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Connor said this Raw was fantastic. I'm probably going to rate this an 8. So badly wanted Seth and Braun, said Jake. I think it must just be he's not ready. I think if he was ready, I think you would get it. But so it must just be that he's just not ready. He's just not available. So, yeah, unfortunately, we've ended up with Seth Gunther, which is absolutely no bad plan B, is it? I think we can all agree that's more than acceptable. Zort said, Daze, I thought we would have an already annoyed Jey come out with Jimmy saying, don't get involved, don't get involved. Yeah, I could have seen that happening. I was quite surprised there was no Usos on this. Mayor Pete said, I think DD just shiz his pants going through that table. So 8, says Mayor Pete. DD. Big Time said, Daze, I knew asking for a cinematic segment or something different from recent weeks. We've had Roman service 4 times. Did we maximize enough out of him? Well, is that it for Roman now? Is there no more Roman appearances? I mean, look, I think it's hard because we're looking for 2 different stories. I think we kind of got a little bit of different stories. I think they were always going to come to blows. I think a lot of people said it was time for the talking to be done. I think it's fine. It's fine. Everyone's just going to pick a side, aren't they? I don't feel like this segment was as strong as some of the other segments that we had today, but, they kept it short, sweet. It was fine. Could we have done a few other bits and bobs? Yeah, maybe. I do like the Usos getting involved. I think that was because it just makes us all wonder where this is heading. So not having them around this week felt a little bit of a shame, to be honest. But it was fun enough. It was fine. I don't think it sort of let the episode down. I don't think it was as strong as the other segments, but didn't let it down for me. It's not like I'm going, oh my god, they've just absolutely dropped the ball. It was fine. And actually, you lot seem to enjoy it. You scored it. Yeah, I'm in agreement. You lot have scored it great 65, which would put it be as the lowest of the segments. So that does reflect kind of what we've just said. But not like a disaster. Still in the great range. I think that's a very, very fair score. So I think you guys have been pretty much on the money with your marks for this episode. I'm really looking forward to the breakdown because we've got so much information. We've got scores for all the matches, all the big segments. Obviously, we've just got loads of flipping. This happened, that happened. Is this lead into this? Is that go into that? Like, there is so much information. So I'm really looking forward to kind of jumping into that. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. Well, we're back in a second with the breakdown. But don't forget that we are actually back tomorrow with NXT, and it's a big NXT. We're at Madison Square Garden. We're in the theatre, so it's not the big room, but it's still the go home for Stand and Deliver, and it's still MSG. And in NXT terms, this is going to be huge. So big NXT. If you don't normally watch NXT, I would say this would be a good week to watch as we are going home towards the biggest NXT of the year, Stand and Deliver at the weekends, and we're still at MSG. Obviously, we've got SmackDown coming up. That's a bit of a concern because it doesn't seem to have the same quality as Raw. So I don't know that I can make an argument that, like, oh, Friday's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be a considerable step down from what we've just had. But, well, look, we're going to live in hope. And we're going to hope that they can keep those good vibes going. So, yes, let's see kind of where we go tomorrow and what they've got for us on Friday. Okay, I'm going to shoot so I can get the breakdown done, but a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed Raw. I think the vibes are always better when the shows are better, and yeah, I really enjoyed this stream. I think, you know, we've been through some episodes, certainly on the Blue brand, that have been a bit of a challenge, but when you've got so much good stuff going on, you can have a good time with it. I think the streams benefit so much. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Really appreciate that. And I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.